something brand new. Facts over feelings, yeah. Don't get in your feelings, yeah. Sometimes you can be wrong too. Don't be stubborn. We can hear you. Have an open mind to the issue. We can always have the convo. We can cover any issue as long as we can just be honest. Then we won't have to dismiss you. So let's be honest. Expand our worldview. We can laugh now, but also learn to. It's the Cheeky Banter Show. Real and genuine combo. It's okay not to know. That's what we're all here for. We cannot stay so ignorant if we say we want to grow. That's why we have to look it up, and that's what we do on the show. So let's just sit down and have the combo. Don't let your emotions disrupt the flow of the show. Feelings, yeah. Don't get in your feelings, yeah. Sometimes you can be wrong too. Don't be stubborn, we can hear you. Have an open mind to the issue. We can always have a convo. We can cover any issue as long as we can just be honest. Then we won't have to dismiss you. So let's be honest, expand our worldview. We can laugh now, but also learn. It's the Cheeky Banter Show, real and genuine combo. It's okay not to know. That's what we're all here for. We cannot stay so ignorant if we say we want to grow. That's why we have to look it up, and that's what we do on the show. So let's just sit down and have the combo. Don't let your emotions disrupt the flow of the show. Brand new. Facts over feelings, yeah. Don't get in your feelings, yeah. Sometimes you can be wrong too. Don't be stubborn, we can hear you. Have an open mind to the issue. We can always have a convo. We can cover any issue as long as we can just be honest. Then we won't have to dismiss you. So let's be honest, expand our worldview. Also learn to. It's the Cheeky Banter Show, real and genuine combo. It's okay not to know. That's what we're all here for. We cannot stay so ignorant if we say we want to grow. That's why we have to look at
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? How is everybody feeling? Now, I guess today's topic is technically old, but maybe people don't know. And I'm sure we'll cover things that are um, more recent. But y'all see the title of the show. The Republican Party has shown is detrimental to all people, especially black people. Now, that does not mean that the Democratic Party is perfect or is something that I even say uh, has no flaws. But the more this administration does what it's doing and what it's been doing and what it's been known to do, the less you can. Out of the two is no longer. It's no longer. They're both equal. At this point, we're well beyond both sides of the conversation. We're past that point. We're well past that point. And there is no excuse for anybody that has shown any support, is currently supporting. There's no reason for you to even do so, to be honest. There's no logical reason. There may be an emotional or even a cultish reason, but this idea that your values and your morals is the reason why you're not going to go for a different party, I don't even believe that no more. Not at this stage of the game, buddy. Not no more. But anyway, the whole reason why this even came about was Chicago Rilla, right? Chicago Rilla wanted had asked for this topic, so I thought, why not? Why not cover it? But shout out to we got Granville here. Shout out to you, Granville. It was good. And we got Ivan, the Menace. That wasn't always his name. He must have changed it. But yeah, we're here now. So let me do this. Let me share. Let me share. Let me share. Mm-hmm. So for those who don't know, or maybe who not been keeping up with, I guess, like the political aspect of YouTube, I'm not sure what everybody else is watching. I don't know if everybody just kind of stay in the, manosphere, or maybe even find it. I don't know what everyone watches, but this came up for me, and then I just kind of want to touch on pause, but I just kind of want to cover the topic, right? I had already had plans to do it, but then Chicago really mentioned it. I think it's only right. But this right here, Killer Mike, Killer Mike does what celebrities do. Shout out to Jethro Mullet. It says, we put too much emphasis on political parties at the end of the day. We have to want to help ourselves, right? But because we're in a governmental structure where there are two main political parties, you should look at the one that tends to suit the needs and not completely disregard the needs. All right, you should look for one out of the two, which this past year and last year should be enough evidence for you to know who is and who ain't for you. I don't, and if this year and last year is not enough for black people that say, "Oh, I voted for Trump," or "I voted conservative," or whatever the case, because they serve my best interest. At some point, I'm going to ask, what interests are they, and what's the end goal here? At least for the people that are saying that. Miss V, what's good? At this point, I would say so. I think, given the entirety of what's happening, everything that's happened, everything that from first term to this term, I'm not sure what it is that that people are confused on. But we're going to take a deep dive, right? We're going to see why Killer Mike got the backlash, and we're going to just dive into that. And why not only Killer Mike got the backlash, but why Black conservatives or Black Republicans, right? Because they say they're not the same thing, but they all fall into the same category of in support of the things that's happening, right? They may say, no, not now. But if you ask them the question, given what you know right now, who do you think would be a better candidate?
This should have happened a long time ago. Oh my goodness. So unless you've had your head in the sand, I'm sure you're well aware that Killer Mike has been getting cooked, okay? He's been getting roasted, filleted, bruh, online. And it all started with this video that he put out in regards to the Voting Rights Act. He's talking about, Voting Rights Act passed, they completely gutted, Civil Rights Act, whoop-de-whoop, they trying to get us, they trying to stop us from voting.
Hey, what's up? Onyx Impact, Black Male Initiative. This is Killer Mike, also known as Michael Render. 1965 Voters Rights Act just got gutted. They gutted it. They literally eviscerated it, and it's now trying to make it easier or allowed it to be easier for states to redraw district lines to annex those most in need out. This is not just Black people and African Americans. This is poor people. So based on where you are, the more poor people, they can chop you up. They can make sure you aren't voting on the behalf of the poor and the interest. They can make sure that it affects your schools. They can make sure it affects your jobs. They can make sure it affects every part of your life.
Now, here's the thing. Most people agreed with the video. People are like, yeah, absolutely, 100%. But then they started pulling receipts, okay? They were people were like, wait, hold on. Is that Killer Mike? That can't be the same guy that in 2024 during the election of Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, that he was very tepid when it came to Kamala Harris. That he was like, hey, just because you're Black doesn't guarantee you the vote. Now, I always love when people say stuff like that because they always bring that up when they don't want to vote for somebody. Beta. Because never in the history of this country has anyone said, hey, if you're Black, I deserve your vote. The only person that has ever said that has been Biden.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't Black.
What? And he said that in jest, okay? And he got flamed for that, just so we're clear. He got flamed for that. But that being said, when you talk about Kamala Harris, especially given the whole bull crap of, oh, is she Black, is she Indian, all the nonsense, for you to come out and say something like that, come on now. Now, what they love to do is the same thing that, ADOS, fulfillment by Amazon, the rest of these fringe groups of people love to do. And that is they love to say, well, I didn't say I was voting for Trump. I never endorsed Trump. And this very much reminds me of, Batman Begins. Like, I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you.
I won't kill you, but I don't have to save you.
And it's like, bruh, if you're lambasting one candidate over and over and over again, then by default, right, you are giving tacit approval to the other candidate.
And it's just that simple. And that's the issue, right? The reason why Killer Mike got the backlash he did, which I believe is well deserved, especially given the fact that he was a Bernie bro. You man. Anyway.
He's got a point,
If you're saying, oh, you know what, I prefer, Bernie and everything, I don't know who would be better, Trump or Kamala. I don't know. I'm just saying, Kamala, she's not going to get it because she's Black. That's all I'm saying. It's like, bro, we know what you are. we know what you are. It's okay. We know what you about. And then people were lambasting him when it came to Abrams, right? And how he was seen, meeting with Brian Kemp after Brian Kemp was accused of basically rigging and stealing the election. Regardless of whether or not you believe that, it's not a good look. And then he comes out and is like, you know what? I believe Kemp is a principled human being and everything. And it's just like, bro, what's going on here, fam? Kemp, really? That's what, really? Did you ask Kemp about reparations? What do he have to say about that? What's his take when it comes to reparations?
No, forget reparations. Why would you? Again, here we go. Let's just do this. All right. Georgia voter maps to be changed in June, right? Atlanta, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp finally issued a call for a special session for the legislature related to redistricting in the state. This is all coming from the Civil Rights Act being gutted. This is all this, and this is why so many people have an issue with Killer Mike and any celebrity that supported Trump, is because the things that people said were going to happen ended up happening. And it wasn't like he wasn't trying the first go around in the first run. The first run he was unsuccessful because he had people who weren't a part of the cronyism, part of the cult. Now look at his cabinet. Look at who he has in office. Look at what he's got going on. Now all of a sudden, we got to get out and vote. But when you had an opportunity to actually pick between two, and because your candidate wasn't picked, oh, they're both the same. They're both the same. Under what circumstances this close to equal? These things are not the same, man. And it gets to a point where it's just like, I don't know if any of this stuff matters to a lot of people. Because when you have things like this happening and it's coming off of the back of the Voters' Rights Act being gutted, then what? Why are you surprised that anybody is not wanting to listen to you? Anyway, let's see, maybe. So Atlanta governor, I already read this part, blah, blah, blah. I spoke to representative for both political parties about how the special session was initiated in the wake of the recent landmark U.S. Supreme Court decision that made it so race cannot be used to redistrict and create minority voting districts. Now, I don't know if anyone's covered it here about what's happening. I have no idea if anybody is talking about this in this realm or this space. I don't know if any of the conservatives, let me not say conservatives, I don't know if any of the black conservatives have made any mention of this, but in essence, them gutting that, right? And when you look at the judge's stance on it, it wasn't Alito, or was it Alito? I gotta remember the judge's name. Anyway, I'll get back to that. But the point is, this is why people don't respect black conservatives, or the ones that do respect black conservatives are just white Republicans. Because there's this selfishness about it that comes off so just, it's like it's beyond tone deaf. It's just, I don't know how to describe the other party right now in these moments besides evil. All right, even with the gerrymandering that did include the racial aspect. Texas, when they gerrymandered, didn't ask anybody; they just did it. Right, every blue redistricting that has happened for any blue state or any state that is expanded blue, or for gerrymandering purposes, they voted on, and that says a lot. This entire idea that this is America, is a democracy, or freedom of speech or freedom to vote, like all of these American principles that I thought conservatives believed in, was a part of the constitutional principles, the like all of these things that at one point I even bought into because that made sense to me. It just goes to show none of these people, none of them are principled. I take it back. Republicans and conservatives are not principled people. They're not. They're a detriment to all people in the United States. Every statistic seems to show that. Our deficit shows that every single time a Republican gets in office, our deficit goes skyrocket. our economy does poorly, and even when there is a pandemic that happens, somehow, some way, through a pandemic towards the end, inflation for Joe Biden drops, while Trump, he has nothing. Whatever issues that exist, Trump literally created himself. The gas prices up. How they go up? The war in Iran. Who started the war in Iran? We did. Well, Israel, but we did first. According to Marco Rubio, we did because we knew they were going to counter it anyway. My point is, every issue that Trump is experiencing is of his own doing. Every bad stat that exists is because he's the one in control of that. It's a direct link. He's creating all the issues that, if he does solve, will just get us back to neutral. And he's going to want credit for it. And all of the Republicans that voted for him and the ones that are in office, how do you have all three branches of the government and you're this ineffective, bro? I don't understand. I don't get it. Right. Meanwhile, the what is it? The socialist, communist, Muslim, terrorist Mamdani is resetting New York's budget because he's just doing things that make sense instead of keep trying to strip things away. He's saying, no, we're going to leave these things here and then take from the people who have more. And that makes sense to me. Meanwhile, we've got the big, beautiful bill giving tax cut to billion. I'm like every single time. And the thing is, being more aware of politics makes it more frustrating, because you're like, wait a minute, it's been like this the entire time? You mean to tell me there's like legitimate reasons besides transgender and gay people to not vote Democrat? Are there any more reasons than that? Are there any other legitimate reasons not to vote for a Democratic Party? When the more you look this stuff up, just again, unbiased, just look it up. Every single time a Republican touches foot in office, shit goes awry. How is it that every single time, that's crazy, right? And at one point, if you would have asked me if I would have voted Democrat, I would have been like, no, why would I do that? And my reasons would have been, it would have been trans, it would have been gay, and it would have been, I would have been in high school, because at that point I cared about that. But at one point, it would have been the same exact social reasoning that they always rely on. Do you want men in the women's restroom? No, but how many trans people you think there are that just be walking in restrooms? What happened to all the drag queens reading? All of that stuff is gone. Like, no one talks about it no more. The only time they talk about it is when it's time to elect for re-elections. And I don't care about trans people. I don't care about gay people. And let them exist. Let them be who they are. I just don't want to pay $5 a buck for gas. I just want to be able to afford groceries. What does trans have to do with groceries being high, or life being unaffordable, or billionaires getting tax breaks, or being able to, or their effective tax rate being lower than the average U.S. citizen? What does that have anything to do with how to govern and the things that actually apply to me? I've yet to meet a trans person that has made me trans. The magical trans powers where he just blinks at me and now, oh no, I think trans people are okay for kids. It's like they cut their they'll cut their nose despite their face just because they don't like one to two things. And then if it expands beyond that, it's on things that don't apply to them, as if they're getting a tax cut, as if they're wealthy. I don't understand it. So this is when you start looking at what's going on, what's happening, and there's a direct link for the people that voted for Donald Trump. There's a reason why. That's why Killer Mike got the backlash he got. That's why a lot of the same MAGA folks are a lot more quiet than normal. That's why. Everybody sees what's going on and everyone's tired of it. Like, bro, I just want to be able to afford something. I want my gas to be lower. I want child health care. We talk about the birth rate being low, but we don't do anything to incentivize it. We're just going to find ourselves in the same situation as China did at one point. Japan is in currently. South Korea is in currently. We don't know anything about North Korea. They don't even know what a taco is right now. They just think Kim Jong-un invented everything. He's a god. All right. Some of these things y'all don't want to budge on because y'all scared of trans people, gay people, and whatever else. It ain't enough. It ain't enough for me to care. And it'd be super different if the numbers showed otherwise. But we'll get into it. We'll see if what people voted for was worth it. Right? So instead of looking at this, let's go to a different tab. Let's take a look at what happened with the Voters' Right Act. Right. So we're all on the same page. Jesus Christ, dude. It's so crazy. This is so crazy. All right, let's see. Is this showing? Nope. So I guess I'll just start from the top of Return to Jim Crow. That's long. This is so insane. I never thought, and this poor guy. Oh my God. Mind you, now that I'm remembering, Tennessee had already started. No, Louisiana had already started their elections. They paused it as an emergency, state of emergency, to draw to create the redistricting. This is insanity. What's on that short? Let's see what this one is. Look of it, that was the case. They wiped off the map. Representation is at an all-time low, the lowest it's ever been. It's worse than what it was during Jim Crow, bro. Like, how do you find a way to regress time back enough to where the things that you're saying don't exist are manifesting and showing itself to exist because of the decision that you're making now? How do you manage to do that? And then say, and then if you're black, sit there and say, you know what? They have my best interest. This shit is ridiculous, man. This shit is so ridiculous. I don't understand it. And I'm not going to ever understand that. I'm not going to be able to understand how an entire group of disenfranchised, enfranchised people, and within that small group it's 13% of the population. Within that 13%, there are people that actually think that the side that is taking away or trying to diminish or minimize the rights that black people had already been trying to fight for is the side that is for them, or their interest is aligned with them. When you go to the grocery store, do you think your interest aligned? Or are you happy with the price? Like, I don't know. Maybe everybody rich, and I forgot this is YouTube, so everybody 100,000 there. So that's, and I guess they taking advantage of the tax breaks that all the millionaires and billionaires got. Like, come on, bro, y'all gotta stop. We're at a point. We're at a point where white people are now saying racism or something combating racism is racist against them. And I know for a fact it's conservative, Republican white people. Who else could it be? When I hear Republican, I know it's racism. At this point, they've garnered that title for themselves, and it's just true. They keep proving it to be true. I've yet to see something. I can't believe we're at a point now where white people who enforce racism is now saying it's racist for something that exists because of racism considers race. And you want me to be understanding of black Republicans or black conservatives. I understand why you're called a coon now. It makes sense. Oh, and mind you, one of the judges in the Supreme Court is black as shit. He looked like Uncle Ruckus. Dead ass. This is where we're at. And we wonder why. Not Trigger Mike. Well, Trigger Mike part of that fucking group too. A black ass fucking conservative. At this point, I'm at the point where if you're a black conservative, there should not be any conversation about black people because you don't mean it. You don't really care about it. You're willing to jeopardize the greater good of a group of people because you don't like gay people, you don't like trans people, you don't like black women or they black children. You just don't like it. The more and more you talk, it sounds like you just don't like black people. You're willing to jeopardize rights and have them do shit like this because you don't like four groups. And it's the usual suspects. It's always going to be the Republican. If you hear somebody's losing rights, being oppressed, whatever, it's coming from the Republican Party. It's coming from the conservative movement. It's coming from the right wing. It's coming from them every single time. So for you to say for Killer Mike and anybody say, well, they both the same. Both parties are the same. None of the statistics show that. Every single time there's an economic surplus, it's not a Republican in sight.
Named 6.
And it's about to lose all of that. This is what I mean by regressive. Maybe, you know what? Let's look it up. Regressive. Because that's what this shit is. Regressive refers to something that moves backward, returning to a less advanced or worse state rather than moving forward. That is the entire Republican conservative movement and group of people. They're the most evil people I can think of. Because I can't think of somebody who would want that for a group of people that's already been through enough as it is in this country. The progress is being shown by having this section of the Voting Rights Act be enacted, but now you're trying to take it back because you're losing the elections because you're the president that y'all elected and put in the office and made the face of that nobody checks or balance. No, there's no checks and balances with this group. You have the House, you have the Senate, and you have the executive office. And you can't keep control of this idiot. And because you can't keep control of the idiot, you're losing votes and support on all fronts. And now you want to take away rights from black people because racism is over. And black people will sit there and say, I'll vote for that. Man, get your fucking goofy ass out of here, dog. What are we talking about?
Steve.
So he's going to have to explain why that law existed in the first place. He's going to have to do it. And this is why I can't get down with it. I just can't do it. And I just can't. My grandparents was always saying, man, those Republicans, they just so evil. And I'm like, how are they evil? What is it that they're doing that makes them so evil? Now, this is before Trump. So the political divide was not nearly as contentious as it is now. Anything that we're experiencing 5x just due to Trump, his personality, and the open, blatant racism that he just exudes, as well as the party and accepted. So now I can see why someone who is just watching will go, wait, you telling me I thought Republicans were stand-up Christian people? No, they're not. They're dick sucks. They get on their hands and knees and suck a lot of dick. Donald Trump's dick, to be specific, but that's who they are. That's what they do. So no, I don't trust Republicans to be principled. I've learned that through the first and second election. Like, wait a minute, is this the same person that tried to coup the government? He got elected again? I thought this was the people in the party of strict laws and police. Back the blue. We can't have all of this dysfunction. Nah, they just the party of knee pad wearing ass niggas, bro. And then if you blacking in that party, I'm sorry, bro, but you suck a lot of white dick. It is what it is. That's just it is what it is. That's why that is becoming my conclusion. Because I've never seen this much bullshit happen so rapidly and so blatantly. This man he doesn't answer to anybody. There is no checks and balances. I thought the Republican Party and the conservative movement was the one that had structure. Believed in First Amendment rights. Why is he the only president that is suing almost every news article? Why is the FCC why are all of the things that we should have been seeing from I guess Democrats, based off of what Republicans were saying, we're seeing from him? They're unprincipled. They're immoral. They're devoid. They're not Christians. They're not anything but evil and majority white. And now that the black people on there, they're not black to me anymore. I don't see them as black. They something else. Because how do you keep wearing blinders to what the man is doing? This is so OD. Here is where I'm gonna give Democrats they lashing. If you just sit here and watch this happen and you don't do anything, right? I'm not asking you you don't have any power, right? I get that. You don't have the Senate, you don't have the House, you don't have anything. But if you are given an opportunity, which I'm sure there's going to be a Democratic president, just because how bad this one has been as a Republican, I'm sure that's going to be the case. If you don't do anything to hold these people accountable or right the wrongs of these evil men, then you're just as evil to me at this point. Right? I've lost all hope with Republicans after just watching what's happening. Like, wait a minute, what? I thought are we doing this? I get it. We Christian. I get it. I get all it. But why are we doing this though? Why is nobody stopping Donald Trump? Why is nobody stopping him from being unlawful? Why is all the Epstein shit? Why does it always seem like there's an excuse for the behavior of this man? His policies don't work. Our economy is in the toilet. He doesn't regard any of his advisors. There's no way we got into a war and none of the advice or none of the intelligence from Tulsi Gabbard or from his intelligence agency he didn't consider. He just did it because he thought it'd be like taking over Maduro or removing Maduro. It'll be just as easy. There's no way as a president he fell for that, right? And y'all just let this happen. There's no way he tariffed people, countries, had it fall on the American people, and it was illegal from the jump. And y'all didn't stop until what, months later. It's no way all of this is happening for the principal party. There's no way that's happening. These people are unserious. These people are unserious. Right? I hate these people. It's literally the worst thing. The worst thing to ever happen. And I kid you not. It's like it's a curse. It's a pro and a con. Becoming more understanding of anything comes with pros and cons. It's the same thing that happened with me in Christianity. It was like, okay, I believe this thing. If I believe this thing, how do I best practice this thing? What's the history of this thing? How do I know what I believe not only is correct, but how do I know I'm doing it right? And those are the questions you start off with. And then you start looking into it and you're like, wait a minute. This is what, just not even right or wrong, because there's nothing technically wrong with certain things, right? Your morality, your ethics, your morals, those are somewhat subjective. I can agree that it's somewhat subjective. But there's at a point, it gets to a point where you have to then question, okay, I think this is right. Why? Given the historical context, given the understanding of the outcome, all of those things play a part as to what makes you think what is right and what is wrong. So the more you investigate a particular thing, the more you start to realize the ugly. You'll realize the good, the bad, the ugly. And the more you look into it, you start to realize it's more ugly than it is good in a lot of ways. And once you come to that conclusion, it literally ruins the taste of that thing. And then you got people who don't know any better or don't do any research, or if they do any it's not unbiased. It's just they're not taking an objective stance on it. And they're going, oh no, this is good. Yum, 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 slop, 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 shit, shit, shit. Yum, 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 yum. And after you learn what you learn, you're like, it don't hit the same. It just don't hit the same, man. Oh, what happened to my camera? Anyway, let me refresh. Give me just a second. I'll be back. Let me refresh. Yeah, man, it kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of sucks. It puts a sour taste, and you just don't see things the same.
Redistricting usually happens.
Now, again, this is what I'm saying, or this is what I'm talking about. It starts with them doing something. It's all if you see something happening, it seems like it's always a Republican, conservative, racist, white, far right. It's them. The only people that have proposed to stop or ban gerrymandering have been Democratic. And again, this is all the stuff. These are all things that I'm finding out this year or last year, technically. All these things I'm like just trying to understand. Okay, why do we fight so much? What is the issue? It's almost like dealing with anything that I do. It's like, okay, I have conservative values. All right, I live conservatively. Why is it that we can't ever seem to line up? And then when you look into it, like actually look at it, it's because these people are actually downright evil. They're the group of people that are actually trying to take away Affordable Care Act, right, and healthcare. They're the ones saying, no, we don't want to give that to people. They're the ones when you're hungry and you don't have any money or food, and they're like, hey, we have enough money. We've got enough food. Help them. They're saying no. We don't give U.S. aid to people anymore. There is no more U.S. aid. And that just makes sense on a political or a geopolitical level because it's called something called soft power. A leverage. We're the same country that threatened to take over an ally. Now I'm talking about Greenland. And this is all manifesting itself within 1 year of politics. And of course, I kept up with the first term for Trump, which is why I was like, there's no way I could ever support him. And even before then, I couldn't support him, right? Because at one point, as a Republican, if you were found to have a affair or something going on that was just a stain on your character, there was enough principled people to go, well, we don't want him being our president because look at his immoral behavior, look at his actions. He's a cheater, he's a liar. But the moment the whole grab him out of pussy and all of that came out and nothing happened, I was like, wait a minute. We're not gonna say anything. We're not gonna do it. Y'all not gonna. We're okay with that. I thought we were not. I thought we cared about the principle, the man, and the principle that he carries and his character. These people are, they have gone so far. They have strayed so far from God. And when you look at every single Republican, black, all right, black Republican and conservative, the big names, they're not the more people. I swear to God, they're Christian, but very immoral. Very immoral. Ain't nothing Christ-like about them. I'm telling you, man. All of it is a farce. All a lie. Bruh, it never fails, bro. It never fails. any justification to just do some wrongdoing, which is why, again, if a Democratic president gets into office, right? Because at some point they would literally have to win the House and the Senate. They would need to pack the courts so they could offset the conservative coon that's up there and then the other conservative people. They would have to do that in order to get this to reconfigure this. There's no way this can be what our country stays as. There's got to be a way to exterminate Republican people from all politics. There's got to be a new party or a different branding or something, because these people are evil. They're sneaky, they're snake-like, they're evil people, and somehow, some way, they keep getting people to fall for the okie doke. And of course, I expect that from a percentage of black people, because not all black people are the most whatever. I expect that. What I don't expect is for you to be blind to this. This is insane. Just because Barack Obama was elected twice, and that's your justification to say that systematic racism is over. You're saying it's not the same. But effectively, what they're going to do is take away or gut the Voting Rights Act. Anyway.
United States.
This is why black people need some level of representation, because he doesn't have any experience in that. He doesn't have generations of people that had no opportunity, lacking completely. But the only dream being told was someday we'll be out of this. You can't relate. The poorest white man, as poor as he may be, he knows I'm better because I'm not black. And I think that was part. Hold on, wait a minute. That's actually part of a. Let me look that up. What was the name of the person that came up with that? Get the poor whites to believe that they're better than the black. Who? Leave. Lyndon B. Johnson. There we go. See, people do not. I don't forget things like that because it speaks to the essence of what it means to be a white American. You could be the dirtiest, nastiest, non-washing hand ass, bubonic plague ass, filthy cat paw print food ass, create a casserole out of anything as nasty ass, evil ass white person. But as long as you're not black, you're better. This is how that go, man. And Lyndon B. Johnson, the 36th president, is credited with saying that if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. According to accounts from his staff, LBJ noted that giving poor whites someone to look down on keeps them from realizing they're being manipulated. And that's why our experiences aren't the same. That's why a poor country white boy who may have been around a bunch of black people, he would never have felt like he was lower than them or even equal than them. because his parents wouldn't allow it. And his parents wouldn't allow it. And his parents wouldn't allow it. And so on and so forth. So just because you was poor does not mean that you had a shared experience when you've got everything and everybody, including the government and the people that run the country that you're in, have some pride and some sense of I'm better than whoever. That is nowhere near the same experience. That's nowhere near the same experience. And you'll completely disregard that experience because you just don't understand it. And the fact that you're choosing to try to gerrymander black people's vote or reduce their vote to basically nothing, and you're in support of it, yeah. No, we're not. Even if you're in the same social economic status, we're not in the same racial thing. And guess what? Nobody brought race up but white people. Created by a white guy, a white man, enforced by white men, established by white men. This entire country didn't recognize people or didn't recognize black people who created the race. White people didn't recognize black people as actual people. But yet, I grew up poor around black people. And you're still evil, you fucking white. See, it's that slick, evil white people shit, dude. That passive aggressive, that smirky, smug grin.
I would say that you find that
like, and what's so frustrating is, in order to get to him, I got to get past some nigga that voted for him. Or some nigga that represents his mentality. It's so disgusting, bro. Just ugh. That's so nasty, bro. It's just nasty. Ugh. Ugh.
it would reside in people's hearts, not in their laws.
Now, he's saying all of that. Now, let's see if we can get an explanation, something that we can watch, right? Because it's going to be one of these shows where we try to learn something or try to figure out, or somebody have the conversation about this, because I just don't see. I know we talk about what's it called? I know we talk about relationships and stuff like that all the time, and I get that. So I understand if someone's like, this is boring, or this isn't regular, or where's the convo about black men hating black women and black women hating black men. I get it. I understand. But there's got to be some diversity in conversation and in value, right? I can care less about black women, making $100,000 a black man not, or black men making $100,000 black women not. At the end of the day, the only way that this works is if you take advantage of the things that are afforded to you. And if those things are being stripped and you're not even aware, who cares? We're doing all this gender banging and race banging, and we're losing rights and representation. Or let me take that back. We're not losing rights, right? Because that's one thing Republicans are all, bro. That's one thing I've noticed. They are so, wait, no one's taking away your rights. Very careful with the verbiage there. No one's taking away your rights. But let somebody say something plain as day, like Donald Trump. Oh, I don't think about the American people versus in this war during this time period. Well, he didn't say that. I swear, bro, these people are evil. They're evil. So let's take a look and see why this whole thing exists, right? He's saying the reason why this doesn't matter. I'm sorry, I ain't seen new people. I think I did draw one out. Yes, the David Duke smile. Crystal clear for me too. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. And then we got Hero for Hire. I ain't seen no MAGA hat recently. And you're not. You're not gonna see no MAGA hats. Shout out to everybody that's joined. More Tory. But let's see what it is that he's saying. Let's just get more context, because that's the thing. The thing is, I don't know if people understand what's happening and why it's such a big deal, right? Because if you're not careful, you'll listen to some conservative black guy who hates black people or really has no care for black people, don't really see himself as black, or some black guy who doesn't keep up with any politics or whatever, but no, as long as black women baby mamas, that's the problem. As long as they have Cheetos and as long as it's Pookie and Ray Rays, as long as it's this, they don't care anything about the black community. They care about making critiques because that's what makes money. But let's find out why these things are happening and what the impact of it is and what it means and what it should signify. We are seeing things happen that should ring alarms and go, wait a minute, why are they doing this?
The Voting Rights Act is not just a victory for black Americans. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it enriches the lives of all Americans.
The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is a very big deal. It transformed America, marking the end of the Jim Crow era and effectively banning racial discrimination in elections.
When Lyndon Johnson came into office, he made black civil rights a priority.
It is to give all our people the right to choose their leaders. To deny this right, I think, is to deny democracy itself.
When Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, I mean, they talked about it as, being this crown jewel, right? Like that they had finally righted a wrong.
The stunning thing about the Voting Rights Act is just how fast it worked. So on the day it was signed, less than 7% of black eligible voters in the state of Mississippi were registered to vote. Just 2 years later, that number was 60%.
But in the past few decades,
Pay attention to the party that always tries to strip away something. Just pay attention.
its conservative justices on the Supreme Court have taken major steps towards dismantling it.
Supreme Court.
I'm telling you, it never fails, bro. If you hear something regressing, something bad happening, more than likely, I ain't gonna lie, it's a conservative.
We're just finished hearing arguments in a major Republican challenge to the Voting Rights Act. This is a case that could gut key provisions that prohibit racial discrimination in redistricting.
He's talking about the Louisiana versus Calais case. At first glance, it might look like yet another scuffle over who gets their way when it comes to drawing electoral maps. But the truth is, there is a lot at stake here, and you should care about it. Because if the plaintiffs in this case get their way, the Voting Rights Act could be erased, and America could be transformed again. But this time, it would tear down more than half a century of voting rights progress.
The Supreme Court is now set to decide not just if Louisiana must keep 2 majority black districts, but whether the Voting Rights Act can continue protecting minority representation nationwide.
So slap on your I voted stickers and get your notebooks out. Because this video is going to take a trip through history to explain how a shifting Supreme Court got us here and how this case in Louisiana could upend voting rights and political representation for a generation. This is The Docket, a Patreon-exclusive Vox series unpacking the Supreme Court cases that you need to know about. Let's go back in time to 1965. The world got Beatlemania. The Sound of Music was released, and it's also the year when the Voting Rights Act was passed. It was the culmination of years of effort and sacrifice by the civil rights movement. The VRA has been amended several times, but there are 2 key pillars to know, Section 2 and Section 5. Section 2 bans denying the right to vote on account of race, and was also amended to include the right to elect representatives of their choice. Section 5 said that certain jurisdictions with a history of racial discrimination had to get permission from the federal government if they wanted to change their voting laws. The aim was to prevent the states and jurisdictions on this map, mostly the South, from passing laws that would discriminate against black voters.
Now, let's keep in mind, it's the South. Who's in the South? Louisiana. Who started redistricting first? Goodness gracious, couldn't get the word out. Texas. All of this gerrymandering stuff started here in the big old racist state of Texas, which led to California doing their thing, Virginia doing their thing. Who else? Oh, Virginia's over here. Virginia's doing their thing. I think it was Colorado wanted to vote on it too. There was other areas. Other areas. This all started with them trying to do the shit they always try to do. Some foul, evil shit.
We're going to look at 3 major cases since then that are key to understanding Louisiana versus Calais. First stop, 1986. A case called Thornburg versus Jingles built upon Section 2 and established rules governing when an alleged racial gerrymander violates the VRA.
The 2 most important factors under Jingles, one is whether a state has residential segregation. So, white people tend to live in one part of the state, black people tend to live in another part of the state, and also whether it has racially polarized voting. So voters of one race tend to vote for the Republican Party, voters of the other race tend to vote for the Democratic Party. And the reason why the Supreme Court honed in on those 2 factors is that when you have voters clustering together and you also have racial polarization, that tends to produce 2 separate political communities where it's very easy for whichever racial group is in the majority to essentially cut the other group out of power by just drawing maps where they don't have any representation. And so you need to draw additional black districts, additional Latino districts, additional districts to make sure that the minority group also has representation.
As a result of Jingles, the number of black representatives shot up thanks to the creation of more majority black districts. The second case, which came in 2013, was not so favorable to the Voting Rights Act. One of the key pillars of protection, Section 5, was struck down in a case called Shelby County versus Holder in a 5-4 decision. The result was that states and jurisdictions that used to have racist voting laws passed a number of new voting restrictions that disproportionately affected minority voters.
We saw a flood after the Shelby decision, a flood of laws designed to make it hard just to show up at the polls.
The premise of the Shelby County majority opinion is, well, we don't have all this racism anymore that we used to have in 1965, so we don't need the law that stops the racism that we used to have in 1965.
And that's so crazy, bro. Like, this is what I mean by just these people are evil. Like, why would you try to get rid of something that prevents something that is evil and not good just because you're saying it doesn't exist? Law's supposed to be preventative. Why would you get rid of something that's preventing it? Why would you do that? Because you're fucking evil. That's what.
That left Section 2 as the remaining safeguard to protect the voice of minority voters. Fast forward to 2023. Another gerrymandering case, Allen versus Milligan, is heard by the Roberts Court, now made up of 6 Republican-appointed and 3 Democrat-appointed justices. With the Voting Rights Act on the line once again, the ruling in Milligan upheld essential parts of Section 2 and struck down a racially gerrymandered map in Alabama. Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Kavanaugh voted with the court's liberal minority.
Because this court, or at least its Republican majority, is so hostile to the Voting Rights Act, I think everyone thought they were going to strike down the anti-gerrymandering provisions, overrule Jingles, allow Alabama to have whatever maps Alabama wanted. And everyone, including me, was shocked when that didn't happen.
I wanted to take a second to thank our Patreon members. We're putting this episode of our Patreon exclusive series, The Report of Reporting from Membership, and to stay connected to our community and our reporting. Now, back to the video. Now, in Louisiana versus Calais, the U.S. Supreme Court appears willing to strike down Section 2, despite the striking similarities to Milligan. This case has been kicking around for a few years before it made it to the Supreme Court, so let me catch you up. In 2022, Louisiana state legislators drew an electoral map called HB1 that only included 1 majority black district out of 6 statewide, despite the 2020 census showing that 1/3 of the Louisiana population was black.
You see, is this. Go back and watch what it's saying.
2022, Louisiana state legislators drew an electoral map called HB1 that only included one majority black district out of 6 statewide, despite the 2020 census showing that 1/3 of the Louisiana
These people, bro. These people, dude. This is why that Voters' Rights Act has to exist. Because of course they're going to sit there and say it's not racism. But it just so happens that the people most affected are black people. Come on, man.
The population was black. Civil rights groups and community members sued, and it was decided that they needed a new map with 2 majority black districts to reflect the state's population. The new map, SB 8, passed in the state legislature in 2024, and it seemed like it was over. But a group of non-African American voters claimed SB 8 was unconstitutional because race was the sole reason for the map.
I hate these people, bro. You know what? And after this, we got to watch some white boy getting what he deserved. Chud the Bitter shot himself, and he's in jail. That's good news, right? One racist at a time. I need more of them, though. Need more of them to either go to jail or die. One of the two.
Argued because the map was created to fix discrimination against black voters, it was discriminating against white voters. This is Louisiana versus Calais.
And the Calais case wound up being heard by 2 Trump judges. And those Trump judges...
Bruh, this is evil. There's gotta be a way to overturn
this. Said that the maps that Louisiana drew were themselves unconstitutional.
After an initial oral argument in March 2025, the Supreme Court heard re-arguments 7 months later.
We will hear argument first this morning in case 24-109, Louisiana versus Calais.
These arguments were framed around a single question: whether the state's intentional creation of a second majority-minority congressional district violates the 14th or 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution.
This court's cases, in a variety of contexts, have said that race-based remedies are permissible for a period of time, sometimes for a long period of time, decades in some cases, but that they should not be indefinite and should have an endpoint.
If it's going above and beyond what the 15th Amendment requires of its own force, but Congress has actually chosen the Voting Rights Act as a remedy, does that affect the question of whether it can go on indefinitely or not?
I had 2 takeaways from the argument in Calais. One is that the Republican justices are absolutely determined to eliminate the Voting Rights Act racial gerrymandering safeguards. The other thing is that they have no idea how to do it. They couldn't agree on a rationale for why they should do it. They sort of started with the outcome they wanted, and then were tossing out different theories they could use to get to that outcome.
I find
and that right there, that is why, if a Democrat gets into office or gets into the presidency, and then the House, if they don't find a way to right the wrongs of these evil people, then, because that's literally the only hope left, right? As slim as whatever, or as unperfect as it may be, Republicans have shown themselves to be a detriment to this entire country, the economy, and black people specifically. But we'll get into that too. I guess we'll have to get into that, right? What was it? 11? 9 out of, yeah, I'll look it up. I can't remember it right off the top of my head, but it's
they're particularly cruel to use 2 amendments that were created to protect Black and other communities of color and women, right, after Reconstruction, to use those two amendments to then take away voice and rights from the very people they were created to protect.
In many ways, the Voting Rights Act has already been gutted and no longer carries the same protections it once had. This case could be its last gasp.
Now, our governor, our attorney general, and our legislature, who are all Republicanly controlled, are saying that it was a mistake. It was a mistake to create a fair map. It was a mistake to give voice to an opportunity for Black voters to be able to elect a candidate of choice, to have true representation.
I've always viewed the Voting Rights Act as like a sacred text. This is the law that finally made the United States into a liberal democracy where everyone had an equal, or at least every citizen had an equal say in who would govern them. But the law only works if you can trust the federal government to want to implement this law.
If the court decides to strike down Section 2, it would be ruling that any use of race in districting, even if it was meant to remedy racial discrimination in the first place, is illegal.
In the likely event that the Supreme Court overrules Jingles and eliminates the Voting Rights Act's protections against racial gerrymandering, the immediate effects could be pretty catastrophic, both for Black representation and for Democrats.
Some reports suggest that as many as 19 House seats could be flipped Republican with redrawn district maps. And it's not just the House of Representatives.
This is bigger than just one congressional seat in the state of Louisiana. We could see a sweeping change that would set us back 60 years.
What happens next with the Voting Rights Act won't be clear until the Supreme Court makes a ruling on the case, which should arrive just in time to set the stage for the 2026 midterm elections. It might very well usher in a renewed fight over voting rights in America in the 21st century.
It cannot be minimized, the fact that people died for Black voters to have voice and opportunity and representation. I think you absolutely will see, Black voters mobilizing across this country. There's going to be a reckoning.
Again, man, these are the people that's causing the problems. I don't know what more there is to it. This is why Killer Mike gets or got the backlash he got, is because the outcomes of him not really taking a stance, or taking a stance in it being so weak, and leading basically to this. It's just like, wait a minute. Yeah, we don't want to hear from you. You're not the person to say anything. You're complicit. You're complicit. You're part of the issue. You're the reason why nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody want to hear from you. So, yep. Just in case people want to come up, all means, but I had to go over what's happening, why it's happening, and what's important about it. Because if not, we'll have a conversation that has nothing to do with anything. We'll have some type of discussion that probably shouldn't be had in the grand scheme of things, because we are not sitting here trying to figure. We're not sitting here trying to figure out the best way to govern anymore. At this point, it's no longer about who's the better person to govern. It's becoming more and more clear. It's becoming extremely clear. The outcomes, everything. Matter of fact, I was supposed to look up. Let me see if I can find that chart. Let's see. Bro. me see. What was this? All right, so all right, Senate.gov, Joint Economic Committee. Let's see. I'll read this one, and then we'll see if we can find something else. So the U.S. economy performs better under Democratic presidents. All right, so the U.S. economy has performed much better under Democratic presidents than Republican presidents in the modern era. And almost every measure of the U.S. economy, including total job growth, unemployment, economic growth, manufacturing job growth, manufacturing investment, small business creation, and contribution to the national debt, economic performance is strong under Democrats. While there are many factors contributing to these trends, the through line is clear. The Democratic administration consistently helped the U.S. economy perform better than the Republican administrations. Republicans have prioritized tax cuts that benefit the wealthy that fail to boost economic growth or pay for themselves, while Democrats have prioritized investing in the middle class, supporting small business, and improving economic resilience after downturns. Of the 11 recessions in the modern era, 10 have begun under Republican presidents. All right, mind you, I'm willing to be fair. United States Joint Economic Committee. I'm not sure if this is a strictly Democrat site, but I'm okay. I'm more than willing to read some other article or some other area. Overall job growth has been great under Democratic presidents. Job growth has been notably great under Democratic presidents than Republican presidents since the early 1980s. Looking at the last 7 presidents, job growth totaled over 50 million under Democratic presidents compared to only 17 million under Republican presidents. Most recently, job growth has totaled near 16.2 million under the Biden-Harris admin as the U.S. economy has recovered from the pandemic recession. Conversely, there were 2.7 million fewer Americans employed when Trump left office than at the beginning of his term, making him the first president in modern era to oversee net job losses. This is the issue. Under every marker that would matter, and this is from a .gov public index, right? So if you don't, let's look at something else. I don't mind looking at other places, but every single time, oh, it gives you both Democrat and Republican. Let's see. The historic puzzle of the U.S. economic performance. This is from Harvard. The historic puzzle of U.S. economic performance under Democrat versus Republicans. We have heard much about the puzzle that the U.S. economic performance under President Joe Biden has been much stronger than voters perceive it to be. But the current episode is just one instance of a bigger historical puzzle. The U.S. economy has since World War II consistently done better under Democratic presidents than under Republican presidents. And this is not a biased thing. This is just looking at the stats. This fact is even less widely known. Well, hold on. No, I'm right there. This fact is even less widely known, including among Democratic voters, than the truth about Biden's term. Indeed, some poll results suggest that more Americans believe the reverse, that Republican presidents are better stewards of the economy than Democrats. In a sense, it is not exactly surprising that so few people know that economic performance has been consistently better under one party than the other. The proposition sounds implausible on the face of it, like the sort of blatant partisan claim that is not even worth checking out. The puzzle is the fact itself that it is completely true. These people just be lying. These people just be lying about what it, and this is what I mean by, like, when you look into this stuff, when you look this stuff up, there is no excuse as to why any black person should be voting, saying they're voting for their interests, and then historically Republicans have been the worst, but Democrats have been the best economically. And the first thing black people feel is economic hardship. What they say, when white people catch a cold, black people get the flu. What's black unemployment rate right now? Don't worry, we'll look it up. Well, see, here's the thing. Like I said, at one point, if you were to ask me if I were to ever vote for a Democrat or whatever the case, I would have told you no, just because I believe the same things you did. But when you start looking this stuff up and you start hearing also, Ben Shapiro at one point was my guy. Peterson at one point. All of these people, all of the quote unquote intellectuals on the right, at one point, I was like, you know what, that makes sense. It aligned with me morally. Conservative Christian who just, believed in trying to be doing the right thing. Till I saw Trump, of course. I was like, I can't believe this. I remember when Mitt Romney was talked about crazy because he was a Mormon. I remember that. And I was like, well, who gonna vote for a Mormon? The Mormons aren't real Christians. And you go from Mitt Romney being a Mormon, and that's salacious because who's gonna vote for the weird Mormon guy, to Donald Trump? You lose me. And it should have lost a lot more people who said that they were principled people with morals and ethics and Christian values. Most of y'all are liars, bro. Y'all don't care about Christian nothing. Y'all aren't Christ followers. You don't live your life. Like, y'all just liars. And the Republicans are liars too. They're bad economically. They're bad morally. They're bad ethically. They're bad. They're just bad people. It's what it keeps coming across as. The people that want to take away some type of right. The people that want to take away some type of care. Oh no, I'm hurt and I need help. Okay, well, that ain't my problem. Oh no, I'm hungry and I don't have money. That ain't my problem. Oh no, my kid is hungry. Well, why would we give them free lunch for school? Bro, y'all are evil people. And that's cool. It's not cool, actually. It's actually disgusting. And if your black ass voted for him, I really don't see you as better. You just, either you confused, retarded, or nasty and evil too. I don't know. I can't answer for that. That's just, it gets out of hand. It gets to a point. Anyway, all right. So in a sense, it is not exactly surprising that so few people know that economic performance has been consistently better under one party than the other. The proposition sounds implausible on the face of it, like the sort of blatant partisan claim that is not even worth checking out. The puzzle is the fact itself that it is completely true. The relevant statistics have been compiled before, but let's update. 1, believe it or not, since World War II, Democrats have seen job creation average 1.7% per year when in office versus 1.0 under the GOP, which would be Republicans. The U.S. GDP has averaged a rate of growth of 4.23% per annum during Democrats' administration versus 2.36% under Republicans, a remarkable difference of 1.87 percentage points. This is post-war data covering 19 presidential terms from Truman through Biden. If one goes back further to the Great Depression, it includes Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt. The difference in growth rates is even larger. So this is crazy. So if you go further back, it's more of a disparity. The results are similar, regardless whether one assigns responsibility for the first quarter of the president's term to him or to his predecessor. Relatedly, the average Democratic president term has been in recession for one of its 16 quarters, whereas the average for the Republican term has been 5 quarters, a startlingly big difference. Bro, this is so they're not even better for the economy. What is y'all reasoning? Reason to be skeptical, even those of us who believe that Democrats may have pursued better policies than Republicans overall have a hard time explaining the big observed gap in performance. After all, many other powerful and unpredictable factors impact the economy, often dwarfing the effect of any policy levers that the president can control. Furthermore, more policies, good or bad, have their main effects only over a time span longer than a president's cycle. For example, Jimmy Carter deserves credit for appointing Paul Volcker as chairman of the Fed in 1979 with the mandate to defeat inflation at all costs. The subsequent disinflation was ultimately successful, helping to set the stage for the great moderation of the next 20 years. But its immediate impact in 1980 was a recession. Most economists consider the Volcker monetary contraction to have been worth the price, but the downturn contributed to Carter's failure to win re-election in November of that year. Ironically, that is the one and only recession in the last 70 years that took place with a Democrat in the White House. This is insane. Did anybody know this before? Anybody read this before? Is it just chance? So are these differences in outcomes just a result of a random chance? One would think so, but the application of universally accepted statistics methodology say otherwise. So it's not just chance. This is calculated. The last 5 recessions all started while a Republican was in the White House. Reagan, Bush Senior, Bush Jr. Oh, was it twice? Yeah, okay, twice because he was there 1 or 2. And Trump. Readers can check out the chronology up for themselves. So I guess it'll give us the details. U.S. business cycle expansion. This is so. The odds of getting that outcome by chance, if the true probability of a recession starting during a Democrat's presidency were equal to that of a Republican's presidency, will be 1 to 2, 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 i.e., 1 out of 32, which is a 3.1 percentage. Very unlikely. The same as the odds getting heads on 5 out of 5 consecutive coin flips. Such a rejection of equality is said to be statistically significant at the 95% level of confidence. What if we go back further? A remarkable 9 out of the 10 recessions have started when a Republican was president. The odds that this outcome would have occurred just by chance are even more remote. 1 out of 100. That is 10 out of 210, which is a 0.0098 percentage if you were to put it in percent. So is that? That's less than 1%. It's almost 1. If you round it, it's 1. This is insane. Blender and Watson in 2016 pointed out another remarkable fact. They considered the 8 times since World War II when an incumbent from one party handed over the White House to the leader from the other party. We had 2 more presidents by now. Let us update by adding the records of Trump and Biden so far. In 5 of the last 10 transitions, a Democrat was succeeded by a Republican. Each time the growth rate went down from one term to the next. In 5 of the transitions, a Republican was succeeded by a Democrat. Each time the growth rate went up. It says device not connected. So I'm not sure what the issue is. No exceptions. 10 out of 10. Wait. In 5, I'll just read it again. In 5 of the transitions, a Republican was succeeded by a Democrat. Each time the growth rate went up. No exceptions. 10 out of 10. What are the odds of this happening by chance? The answer is the same as the odds of getting heads on 10 coin tosses in a row, 1 out of 2 times itself, 10 times, which is 1 out of 1,024. In other words, the difference is statistically significant at the 99.9 level. So one can safely reject claims of stronger economy performance under Republicans. But what accounts for this surprisingly better record under Democratic presidents? It remains a puzzle. Whoever Granville, I think you joined the said device not connected. But either way it go, it seems to be that there is no debate. What is this? Political parties and stock market since 19. I don't know. It's the stock market. Sure. So is it? I don't. Duncan Financial Group. I'm looking for some type of study, not a financial group, bro. So you got the U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee. Then you got Harvard. I think those will suffice. What party? Let's do this. What party has black unemployment? Like, we're going to start looking this stuff up because it just doesn't make any sense. You can't say they're voting for I'm voting for my interest on an economic term. That's not the case. What party has black unemployment? Based on the score data, recent economic reports as of May 2026, black unemployment rates have historically been higher and increased more often under Republican administrators compared to the no way. Does the U.S. President Party matter to Black and Latino? This must be a study or something. Let's see. .edu. What's up? Some of this stuff, there's no way. All right, September 16, 2024. Does the U.S. presidency party matter to Black and Latino economic well-being? All right, news reports from UC San Diego, Yankovic Center for Social Science Research shows kitchen table gains for Black and Latino American under Democrats without apparent losses for whites. Oh my God, bro. So if we look, if we keep looking these things up, the economy is better under Democrats. Based off what we're going to see what this says, but based off of this, if Democrats are more beneficial to Black Americans, then I have to ask, what is it that Black Republicans or Black conservatives are getting out of their deal that they swear that no Black person is getting out of a deal with them being on a quote unquote Democratic plantation? And this is coming from somebody who's legitimately independent. I'm just fed up with the Republican Party because there's no excusing what we've seen from the Republican Party. This idiot in office has done things that I know for a fact, had any Democratic president done, Republicans around the globe would be jumping off of the buildings in protest. So Gene Lee. What's up? Hey, Sean. Okay, that's a great question. Both Black women and Black men unemployment rates are rising fast. But that's what we're about to get into. We're about to get into that completely. What we're going to see is who's actually better for the economy, and we've already determined, based off of the studies, it ain't Republicans. Now we're about to see who it is specific to Black people. Does the U.S. president's party matter to Black and Latino economic well-being? And I don't know. So let's look it up and find out together. And this is coming from GPS News, ECD.ed, which means this is an educational study. And I trust that. I trust our educational system to do a good job with those things. So let's just do it. A newly released report from the Yankovic Center for Social Science Research at the University of California, San Diego offers a rare direct test of the impact of the party of the U.S. president on Black and Latino economic well-being. The report, authored by UC San Diego, Jesus Christ, UC San Diego political scientist Zoltan Hajnal, co-director of the Yankovic Center, examines U.S. employment, poverty, and median income data over the last 75 years, with 36 years of Democrat and 39 years of Republican leadership in the White House. A range of research shows that the U.S. economy performs better under Democratic presidents than Republican ones, and we already covered that. Some studies also suggest that the largest benefits accrue to the working class Americans. So all of you non-rich, wealthy ass people that's in this chat and that's around these areas or the surrounding, this don't make any sense. The more I read this, the more I'm trying to figure out why aren't more quote unquote Black conservatives or Black Republicans leaning the other way when it shows otherwise. The statistics and studies and data is saying otherwise. You can't just make that up. Some studies also suggest that the largest benefits accrue to working class Americans, but few have asked until now whether Black and Latino Americans do better or worse economically depending on the party of the White House occupant. This is what I'm talking about. This Black, they be on bullshit. I will vote for Donald Trump. Okay, well, get your boat on ass out of here then. This is what I'm curious about. All you black conservatives that say that that's the reason why votes for my interest. I'm sure you fall into the working class American. Most of y'all niggas is not rich like that. Unless I'm wrong. Excuse me, big baller. But then that just proves the point. There is no care for black people. It's only care about money. Anyway, I don't care. These findings are stark, said Hajnal. In the modern era, Black and Latino economic gains have been much greater when the president has been Democrat. It's been Democrat. Hold on, I got to figure this out. So, give me a second. This is so insane, bro. Like when you really look this stuff up, it really does. It disappoints because it starts killing talking points that you once believed in or once believed was true with no information, with none whatsoever. Absolutely zero. So what's up, long shot? Who said you have to be rich to vote Republican? Maybe I just don't want to give my people who don't want to work. Give my, I guess you're saying give to my people who don't want to work. And I think that's a farce too. I think most people who are on EBT, see, that's why we got to look stuff up. What's up, Bob? It's been a minute. We'd rather have our money go to wars and billionaires. Look, man, when you start looking at stuff up, because even that claim go to people who don't work. What are you talking about? I don't think that's the average person that's on food stamps. You don't want to give your money. You do already. It's called taxes. Where you want your money allocated is what should matter. And you shouldn't want them going. You shouldn't want people to be getting tax breaks under this belief of trickle down economics, which has never been proven to work. It's never been proven to work. But yet you want to keep doing that. I guess. I don't know. All right. So over the past 75 years, Black and Latinos have made significant economic gains and narrowed racial disparities under Democratic presidents, while falling further behind under Republicans, a pattern that highlights the crucial role of presidential leadership in shaping racial inequality in America. And here we are in 2026, with the Civil Rights Section 2 of the bill being completely gutted. So the Civil Rights Act itself being effectively useless. Here we are under a Republican president. It's almost as if history repeats itself, and yet people keep picking the bad decision. So every black Democrat is starting to make more sense to me. At one point, I would have not agreed with them just simply on a Christian or a social standpoint. They're too progressive for me personally, and I'm still that way. I am not a big fan of trans people being in sports, stuff like that. But if you want to do that on your own time, that has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with the economy. I am okay with trans people existing if I can afford the things that I need, the things that I have to buy. If my gas price, like, come on, bro. I'm not finna sit here and argue with somebody or get mad because they want to call themselves a girl and they're not. Who cares?
Why, hello.
What's up?
So right now, right? Are we talking about the economy or the economy and the market?
We're talking about the economy. Nobody's thinking about the market. The economy is what affects most Americans, if not all. And even if that's the case, even if that's the case, if you're talking about the market, we'll look that up too. I am bound to think that the economy and the market probably go hand in hand and aren't that much different. Like that's what doesn't make sense.
No, it's irrelevant, right? No, because in the market as well, I think it's a slightly smaller gap than the economy, right? But this is the issue, though. This is what I don't like that a lot of people don't talk about, right? Recessions normally come under Republicans, right?
Yeah, based off of the stats, absolutely.
So if you could tell me, okay, so I'm gonna see how I'm gonna break this down because I'm not a good teacher. Normally followed by a Republican, right? A Democrat is in office, that the economy sees quote unquote prosperity, right? Prosperity, that would be the correct words, right?
You're saying if what now?
Okay. So more than likely when a Democrat takes office, the economy does better. Correct?
Yes.
But
the Democrats.
Right. But the prior years, what were the prior years looking like, right, Cheeky? Because this is the issue that
they were doing worse. They already explained that. It was doing worse under the Republicans, and the Democrats have to get the Republicans out of the slump, and then they give a better economy and they give it back to the Republicans and they go back into a slump every single time.
But that's misleading. Why? But Cheeky, why do we go back into that slump though?
Because Republicans are bad spenders. They're not good at managing the economy.
No, the market and the economy goes through correction cycles, right? So when the Republicans, if you go and look at it, right? Go look at interest rates and the terms of the Republicans, right? Like Donald Trump, we're probably going to see like Trump's first election, right? 2 years into it, COVID-19 happened, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, but everybody blames Biden for that.
Correct. They blame Biden for what?
The bad economy. Then he got it stabilized, and then he gave it back to Trump, and now it's unstable again.
But what? But why did the economy get bad under Biden?
Because it was at the peak of the pandemic.
No, it's because Trump, he injected all of that money into the economy, right? He injected way more money than should have been, which he did incorrectly, right? He should have let most Americans, okay, I'm not gonna go that route. He injected too much money, which unstabilized through Biden's term, halfway through Biden's term, right? And inflation essentially came down for a moment, right?
No, it didn't.
Until, of course, in Biden's term at the end?
No, not at the end, but that's because he stabilized it through his policy.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. And like I said, halfway through Biden's term, it started to stabilize. Halfway through the term,
not halfway through the term. Towards the end of the term, halfway through the term,
would be 2 years, right?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Those changes didn't happen until like third, going into fourth.
It was at the end of the third. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. Halfway through the third year of his term, halfway through the third year of his term, correct? Okay, so I don't want to get into that.
No, what you're trying to infer was already covered, as in the transitional as well. Because you're thinking, hey, maybe the policies Trump enacted didn't take effect till later. But the thing is,
no, that's not what it is. It was already happening.
Because of
it was already happening.
Right, but if it's already happening due to the president, the previous president, which would have been Trump, making a bad decision, then that means that, okay, guess who's got to make up for that decision and make better decisions?
Okay, correct. You are correct, right?
So that would be Democrats across the board every single time.
Yes, but the issue is, okay, take George Bush for example, right? Take George Bush for example. George Bush gets elected in what year?
I don't know which one, the senior or junior.
Junior.
I can't remember the year specifically. What,
If I'm not mistaken, I think we're like it was. I think it was Y2K. I think it was the year 2000 he got elected. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, if that's the case, we could just look at what we just read. I'll just read it again.
Right. No. And what okay, so let me emphasize this. What the article is saying, whoever wrote that, they're 100% correct. The markets and the economy do overwhelmingly better. And when I say overwhelmingly, it has to be at least 10% or more. I think the markets do better and the economy do better by, I think it's roughly at about 12% compared to the Republican House. I understand that completely. That's what happens, right? But what I'm saying is, during those years that Democrats do the quote unquote bull run, where the economy is quote unquote stabilized, right? It's building up that pressure of inflation as those years go by, right?
No,
so
that's not what that says. So how do you explain Reagan and then how do you explain Reagan to Bush? The economic grows more under Democratic presidents. So you got back-to-back Reagan and Bush, 31 and 8%. And then you have Clinton. Then you have Clinton that goes to 34, Bush to 15. Then after Bush is Obama is 19. Again, you keep trying to make this. It sounds like you're trying to make this a coincidence or something that it's not. And I'm not going to allow it.
I'm not trying to make a coincidence, right? Okay, so Cheeky, get back to Bush Jr., right? What was the main culprit to the 2008 financial crisis with the housing market?
You said who was the main culprit?
No, what was the main culprit? It was the foreclosing on the homes and people losing their equity in their homes and then foreclosing. Everything's going to shit, right?
And the banks giving predatory loans.
Correct. Now, this is what I want you to do, Cheeky. Who passed the bill in 1996 for those type of loans? Because people talk about 1996, right? That was the criminal. What they call it, Cheeky? The Criminal Act? A 1996? What that shit was? That they talk about with Bill Clinton in them? I keep forgetting the shit with the black people going to jail and shit. What did they call it? I don't know. It was like the Crime Bill Act. The Crime Bill Act.
What about the 96 Crime Bill? What about it?
Okay. That year, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, that year, right there during the Clinton administration, that's when the deregulation came in on the banks that gave them the ability to give those predatory loans. It was called the Housing Care Act. It was all intertwined in that year with that bill. All that came about then under Clinton. The Affordability House Act or whatever it was, that's when they deregulated the banks so they were able to give those predatory loans.
Okay, so explain the other 70. What about the other 75 years of the Republican, Democrat, and Democrats still coming out on top? How do you explain that?
So this is
and this is what I don't like about this conversation. There's no explaining away that being the case. They've done the math, and they've done the math. They've done the possibilities of it just so happening to be a Democrat every single time, and the likely chance of it being so low. Of it happening coincidentally is so low, and then you're trying to say, well, the reason why the Republicans did bad was because of the Democrats still.
No. Republicans take advantage of those bull runs, and they manipulate the situations because Democrats look out for everybody, right? Where Republicans only worry about interest. Republicans only worry about interest, right? And they really only genuinely care about the market, right? So Democrats are more level set because they're worried about everybody. When Republicans come in, they deregulate and they look to shrink investments. They look to shrink things to buy them at a better premium, but they don't care what happens to the rest of the people.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Vote for that. Who cares? Okay, great. But
listen,
proving my point. Why? Who the fuck? If you say you care about black people, and never the case, this is very clear. Over the past 75 years, Black and Latinos have made significant economic gains and narrowed racial disparity under Democratic president, while falling further behind under Republicans, a pattern that highlights the crucial role of presidential leadership in spacing and shaping racial inequality in America. This is clear. More and more studies are showing so there is no argument. You're saying Republicans are dipshits.
No.
And I'm saying congratulations. Yeah, they're selfish dipshits. Who the fuck would want a country to be ran by somebody that's a selfish dipshit when you're supposed to be running the country for others? What do you?
That's not the point that I'm getting at, right? We know this, right, Cheeky? We understand this. But why don't the mass public actually do what helps them to better them forward?
Because there's a level of racism in some of these things. What are you talking about?
Okay, housing market, I get, right? Housing market, I get. The redlining and all that, right? But what I'm saying is they can't keep you from the things that they do, that they actually gain the wealth. Why don't the average person explain to me how?
You just said it, redlining and these other things. What do you mean how?
I said redlining. I said redlining. I can give you redlining.
They just found a way to lesser or lower the vote of Black people specifically, or something that would disproportionately affect Black people.
Correct.
Do you think they're just going to
stop in Louisiana?
There?
No, they're not going to stop there. Yes.
No, not in Louisiana. In all the southern states, that was the Supreme Court ruling.
No, I don't know what's going on in all the other states, but I know what's going on in Louisiana. They're actually, I just know about Louisiana, what Landry is trying to do. I don't know about all the other states, so I can't speak on them. That's why I mentioned Louisiana. He's trying to cut a knife through middle Louisiana and New Orleans as we speak right now to break it up so we won't have representation.
Who's responsible for that?
He is the main proponent.
It's not he. It's Republicans. That's the thing. You keep saying he.
I keep saying
it's a party issue.
Okay, hold on. Yes. Let me not say Landry. The Republican Party in the state of Louisiana is responsible for that. That is something that I do not agree with. Vehemently. I don't agree with it, and I see what they're doing. I understand that completely. But what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, right? They're always going to do this, and we have to fight for it. I'm not saying that these people are not evil, right? But what will the average Black person do to actually gain something from the situation while fighting to protect what we already have for the last few years that we had to shed blood for? Because you just can't.
What do you mean? What do they gain? Now we're in a position where we have to gain something back. We can't move forward if we're always losing. What are you saying? How do you? Recover?
I don't think that.
How do you get out the red?
How do you get out the red? You have to find a way, right? You have to find a way. That way, I do not know. That way, I do not know, Cheeky. I don't.
Okay,
I understand that it's wrong. I don't have a solution, right? I don't have a solution to actually get out of that. But what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, Cheeky. Everything has a part of it that you can take advantage of, right? Especially when it comes economically.
Wait. So if that is the case, that's my issue. You're saying every party has a part you can take advantage of, and then when I'm telling
No, I'm not talking about. I said party. No, Cheeky, that's not what I said. I said everything has a part that you may be able to take advantage of. A part, not a party. Not a party. I'm not talking about Republican or Democrat when I say that.
Okay, so if you're saying every part has a party that you can take from, every part has a part that you can take from. That's what you just said.
Everything has a part.
Has a part that you can take from.
Everything has a part that you can take from it.
Okay, so would you take from the part that is trying to maintain some level of equity or equality, or would you take from a part that's trying to take away from you all the time? What would you choose to put in front? What would you choose to represent the entirety of a country? Ones that keep trying to take away, or ones that keep trying to
are you talking about parties? So are you talking about parties? You're talking about parties, right?
No, I'm not talking about parties. I'm not talking about parties. I'm asking you, what would you prefer?
Equality.
If somebody,
I would choose. Okay, I'm about to answer. I would choose equality over gangs. I would choose equality over gangs.
What do you mean over gains? I'm saying one is saying you can gain and be equal, and one is saying you can't be equal and we don't want you to gain. Which one would you choose?
Okay, so in my stance, the reason why I voted Republican was financial, the market. It was based on the market, right? But now that I see what they're doing, if I had to make a choice, Cheeky, I would choose equality over those gains. Because what they're doing right now.
So now I have to ask the question: what makes you think that the market is better under Republicans and not Democrats? Did you look that up?
The market. Okay, I can easily say this, right? I can answer that easily because I would rather a market in recession than a market in a bull run because I get a better price point, a better price point on what I buy in a recession than a bull market. That's why. That's an easy answer for me.
Let me just look this up. Historically, the U.S. stock market and broader economic have shown stronger performance on average under Democratic presidents, despite common perception.
And that's what I don't want. That's what I don't want.
Republicans are better for business. Since 1926, the S&P 500 averaged a 14.8 annual return under Democrats compared to 9.3 under Republicans. Why would you not want an annual return of a higher percentage if you have stock?
Because it goes through cycles, right? Because like you said, I already know that the market will be on a bull run under Democrats.
Wait, so you're saying you'd rather crash the market for low buy-in and then hope for a Democrat to get in?
Yeah, correct. If you're talking about the market,
so you're
asking me about
you're looking at one aspect, but that's my problem. That's bro.
That's the one aspect.
Issue. Bro, single issue voters are by far the worst.
That's what I just said.
The worst type of voters.
That's fine.
Like
that's fine. That's fine. You can have that opinion. But what you just asked me, right? If I had the choice on what's going on right now versus the single voting right that I did, that single voting action that I did, I would choose the Democratic Party over the Republican Party right now. I would. That's what I'm saying. I understand completely what's going on. But if you asked me on the market, what type of market I would rather be in, I would rather be in the Republican market because my price point on my buying for my one voter reason is better under Republican.
That is so dumb. It doesn't make any sense. So you'd rather cut your face despite your nose for a market that you were going to participate in anyway?
No, this is what I'm saying, right? So you have to take advantages, right? You have to take advantages. You have to look at things for you, right? As an individual. I'm
looking at
I'm talking about me.
So are you?
No, I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. I'm not talking about you.
All right, okay, I get that. You prefer a easier access to get into stock market and trading, and the rest of your life be bad? Like your cost of living go up? You prefer your cost of living go up and everything surrounding the economy be bad, including the market, because apparently the market does bad under them as well, just so you can get into the market?
For a better price point, right? Because hear me out, Cheeky. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about right here, Cheeky. Hey, listen, it may make any sense to you, right? I understand that, right? It might seem insanity, right? The better the price point I buy out, the better my outcome is 20 years down the line, right?
I don't.
That's the reality. Yeah. You don't have to figure it out. But yes,
at this point, we're not even. We don't care about the same things, right? You don't care about this country. You don't care about black people. You just care about you, and that's cool, and that's fine, and that's the reason why I say if you're black and you're Republican, you let me know all I need to know, and we can just move the fuck on. Because this don't even make sense to me right now. And what you're saying,
I know it doesn't make sense, right?
I already know that because yes, everyone's 401k
It don't make sense,
and,
right?
And entrance to get into the market is lower. But now you can't get a house, you can't do these things because the overall the way that the Republicans are handling things overall has been historically proven that it's
to be
better
bad,
on the Democrats.
to be bad. So you're
going to pick a deliberate bad choice.
Right?
You're going to pick a deliberate bad choice just to get into the stock market, and that's going to be your reason to vote Republican?
No, that wasn't the initial. That wasn't the initial, right? The single sole reason that I did not like about the Democratic Party or why I did vote Republican is because Democrats at the time were talking about a wealth tax on investments, right? They were talking about a wealth tax on investments, and I did not like that. That's what made me vote Republican, right? Because Cheeky, if you look, go ahead.
Bro,
I realize what?
That capital gains tax, first of all, wouldn't have been a tax on all citizens. It would have been an upper tax, and it would not have passed. That's the other thing too. You have to there's so much, and that's
right,
bro.
I'm just telling you.
If you're saying these are the reasons why I didn't vote for a particular party, and then the other reason is because I didn't want capital gains.
Go ahead,
like, bro. It's just, bro. And now the United States as a whole and the people within it are in a totally worse position than they have been in years. For what?
Correct. And okay, so this is why I'm up here, right? So let me just cut to the chase, right? Because I was trying to explain my thought about it, right? But I'm gonna just cut to the chase. I've come to the realization that the individual way of thinking that I did have may have been a detriment to everybody around me. I should have just came up here and started with that, right? Over the last 7 months, I've come to realize, after doing a deep dive, that hey, worrying about yourself and not your brother, I should say, will put a detriment to you and all that you care about, right? And I've come to that realization over the last 8 months. I should have just started with that, right? Instead of just trying to say how my mind has been thinking for the last 4 to 5 years. That's how I should have. That's what I should have started with. That's what I should have started with, right?
Granville, it's not even that. I'm just trying to look at what's true. The truth of the matter is, on every standpoint, Democrats have literally been better. I have not voted Democrat myself for my own. I've not voted Democrat for my own individual reasons, and I can say now those were dumb, considering what the pros and cons of the situation. Those things were dumb. But what I'm saying is, what I'm hearing right now from you is like, okay, so you gave your reason. I get that, but now I need to hear from everybody else too.
Oh, I ain't got no other reason to do with them. I don't know what them motherfuckers. I don't know how they feel. I ain't got shit to do with them. But what I'm saying is, I can accept the wrong that I was thinking about, the individual mindset that I had, because I understood what I was looking at, right? The individual in me may have put the rest of who I love in detriment. And I've come to realize that over the last 8 to 9 months. It's something I've really been thinking about, right? But I should have just came up there. I should have just came up here first to say that, instead of trying to explain the reason and why I was voting that way. But yes, what you've done on this show today is really what I've been paying attention to for the last, I'll say 7 to 8 months. I'm not gonna push it to 9. It probably really started back in November. I made a mistake in how I was thinking. And that mistake is a lesson learned. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I truly genuinely see there's no reasoning. There's no reason a person can give to make this shit make sense as to why you would go over there. My reasoning was flawed, bro. That's what I came up here to say, really. But I was just trying to say why I did what I did to give it an excuse, but fuck the excuse, bro. That's what I really came up here for. It wasn't to actually talk about it. To say that, yes, I was cooning, nigga. It was cooning and it was bad cooning because I had an individual mindset. I only cared about what I cared about, not anybody else.
And again, dude, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand the mentality, especially if you don't know this. I can understand that if you just don't know this information that's right here, that literally under all these circumstances, because I didn't know this myself. Like I didn't know this.
No, Cheeky. Okay, so Cheeky, you never buy anything at the highest price point, right? You always want to get a deal, correct?
I get that. It's the same.
Generalistic, you never want to buy at the highest price point. You always want a deal. But that's the individual mindset I always had. And then hearing about the capital gains tax and everything, that's what I leaned into. The one idea of voting. I leaned into it and I was wrong. And I've come to a realization I was wrong for having that idea because I'm not the only person that has to live on this earth.
Well, that's true, but again, if you can make sense of the vote and it lines up with a fact, that doesn't bother me. What is bothering me, and again, you already explained it, so it's not. I'm not harping.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you're not harping on me. You're just explaining it.
So like, yes, I'm trying to understand the Black Republican male mindset, and it just don't make sense. Now, I grew up and believed very similar things. But again, I'm coming from this idea that we all agree facts over feelings. That was a big thing in 2016 that I remember was like, yeah, I agree with that. Facts should be over feelings. But I'm starting to realize more and more, all of these people that are saying these things don't believe it. And they're actually very fragile. It's feelings over facts. And when you start looking at these numbers and you start looking at who's actually better for the United States and overall for Black people, it's Democrats. So every
Democrats
Republican,
as a whole, it would be Democrats. As a whole, yes, right. You are correct.
So it's like, okay, now that this information is here, I need an explanation. And again, it's not they don't owe me necessarily an explanation, but I'm going to be looking for one because the expectation was that they had already done the research, or they had already they know this to be false, but they can't prove it. So that's my problem that I have with Black Republicans or Black conservatives is all of this shit that they talk about, plantation this and plantation that. When you look at these numbers, unbiased and through the research, all of these things, if a Democrat is in office, it automatically is helping the economy. One, and then two,
it's more balanced in
the economy.
Everything's more balanced. Yes, everything is more balanced under a Democrat. But this is the turning point. This is the turning point that really hit the nail in my coffin to understand I was wrong. I want you to go look up the Trump IRA. That's what I want you to do.
Well, let me finish.
I want you to go. Okay, well, finish reading the article. Well, we could talk about it later, but
yeah,
that was the reason.
Whatever you want after the fact, because I'm just like I'm looking at. I got 17 tabs open right now, or 1, 2, more than 10, less than 20.
Okay, so look, I'm gonna just let you get back to your show because I gotta pull up to this dock anyway. I'll hop back over there.
All right, all right. I don't even remember where we was at. So again, I'll read it from the top, and then we'll just go ahead and finish this article as well. Again, this is coming from gpsnews.ecsd.edu. All right. So does the U.S. President Party matter to Black and Latino economic well-being? Right. Again, this is a common trope that Republicans or Black conservatives will always stout, which is you're on the plantation, you're on the Democrat plantation. The Democrats ain't never done for you. Democrat this, Democrat that. Mind you, I'm an independent voter. I've always been that. I've linked more conservative easily, but the more research I do and the more I look into politics and the more I understand it, the less I am saying that Republicans are right and conservatives are right in their mindset. It don't make sense. So here it is. I'm going to read this article. So new report from UC San Diego. I already read this part. I know that for sure. So a newly released report from Center of Social Science Research at the University of California, San Diego, offers a rare direct test of the impact of the party of the U.S. president on Black and Latino economic well-being. The report, authored by UC San Diego political scientist Zolot, whatever, co-directed the Yankelich Center, examines U.S. employment, poverty, and median income data over the last 75 years, with 36 years of Democrat and 39 years of Republican leadership in the White House. A range of research shows the U.S. economy performs better under Democratic president than Republican ones. Some studies also suggest that the largest benefits occur to working class Americans. Okay, so that's key to realize and highlight. Economically speaking, and even we just looked it up, even when it comes to the stock market, it seems Democrats have been better. That has just been the case. Whatever you look up, it's going to say Democrats have been better. 75 years, they're not lying. This isn't fake news. This isn't biased news. It's just a fact. Some studies also suggest that the largest benefits occur to working class Americans. That's a key part too. Seems like the class of the party of the working class has never been Republicans. It's always been Democrats, based off of the 75 years of, and that would include the more recent years as well. But few have asked until now whether Black and Latino Americans do better or worse economically, depending on the party of the White House occupant. These findings are stark, said the what's his name? Said the political scientist co-director. So we're gonna call him the political science. These findings are stark. The political science says, in the modern era, Black and Latino economic gains have been much greater when the president has been a Democrat. That matters. So whenever people ask, what have Democrats done for you? Apparently put me in better economic standing or position than your Republican ass or your coon ass or whoever the hell I'm talking to. Over the past 75 years, Black and Latinos have made significant economic gains and narrow racial disparities under Democratic presidents, while falling further behind under Republicans, a pattern that highlights the crucial role of presidential leadership and shaping racial inequality in America. Jesus. The new report builds on early peer-reviewed work by Hajnal, or the political scientist, to assess Black and Latino economic well-being under Democrat versus Republican presidents, expanding the data set, refining the method, and now including the current president and his predecessors. The new analysis also reveals Black and Latino incomes grow faster, their poverty rates decline more, and the ranks of their unemployment in each group drop more under Democrats than Republicans. These are all great things, and I told you already, I don't care about Latinos because they say these are the same people that will vote for Trump and I will vote for. I don't trust nobody no more besides Black people. If you're not Black, I ain't trying to hear that. All right, so this is good for Black people. It grows faster. Their poverty rates decline more. The ranks of unemployment in each group drop more under Democratic leadership than Republicans. Though the data are still incomplete for the Trump and Biden administration, the basic pattern continues. The year-to-year differences add up over time, the report notes. Across the years, with Democrats in office, Black median income grew by roughly $36,000. Black child poverty dropped by 40 points. Black unemployment declined by almost 9 points. Under Republican presidents, Black income grew more slowly, 1,300 or 13,000. 36 is more than 13. And Black poverty and unemployment both increased by half a point for poverty and almost 4 points for unemployment. So it goes 9 points the other way for Democrats and plus 4 points up for Republicans. It sounds to me like Republicans, especially Black Republicans, have some explaining to do because that is not what they tout and that is not what they say at all. The report finds that partisan differences are almost as significant for Latinos, though it notes there are few years of data to inform this analysis. Based on the available data, Latinos experience dramatic gains in income and majority declines in poverty and unemployment under Democrats, while experiencing little change in income and substantial increase in poverty and unemployment under Republicans. For example, Latino children poverty declined by 9 points under Democrat presidents, while it increased almost 3 points under Republicans. They're not good at this. Republicans are really just bad at, they're good at propaganda, messaging, and lying and getting people to believe some shit that just ain't true. This is incredibly scary. That so many, especially black people keep falling for this. And I was one of them. I'm not sitting here and saying I'm better, but all it takes is just some research and paying attention. Trump first term got me to pay more attention. And that's when I was like, I don't know if I could do that conservative thing, man, because nobody is conservative around here. Everybody want to smash. Everybody don't want to live life according to the Bible. Nobody want to do the stuff. Everybody want to be conservative, but nobody want to be conservative. Okay. So I'm like, okay, this man that leaking, grab him by the pussy, that didn't do it. That was automatic. No. He's a serial cheater and failed businessman and con man. Do y'all remember what was it, Trump University? I remember this. How many years ago was that? Jesus Christ, 2016. How old was I? Jesus, right now. I was 19. No. Yes, actually. Wow. I remember this. I remember being a teenager looking at this. God, yeah. So wow. Anyway, this is so crazy. I'm just going to keep reading it. I'm going to keep reading this report. The report shows the differences in economic outcomes are particularly pronounced when a party has been in the White House for 4 years or more. Zolan, the political scientist, co-director of the Center of Social Science Research, this is where this shows. Let's see. After more than 4 years in office, party of the president and black economic well-being. So median income under Democrats, 1,300, so 1,361. Under Republicans, 94. Dem versus Republican difference, 1,267. Annual change for blacks. So annually, we get more money out of the situation. People not in poverty, which is something that black people, come on now, people 2.4, not in poverty, negative 2.6. Total 266. Come on, man. Notably, the social science researcher, a co-director, we'll just say co-director, the co-director, a professor at the UC San Diego School of Global Policy and Strategy, writes, there seems little chance that minority gains are occurring at the expense of white gains. Oh my, and this too? So you mean to tell me all of this is happening? All of this increase is happening and white people aren't losing? Minority of them, the minority gains, there seems little chance that minority gains are occurring at the expense of whites. So that there's a small, so you mean we're not even affecting white people and their gains? So even white people, y'all not even being affected by the thing that y'all think y'all being affected by. All of this is like, and why are black people getting shit for voting for Democrats? What's the reason again? What is the reason? This is so crazy. Hello. Beans, is that you?
Hey, friend.
Oh, what's up, dog? Why you say that like that? That was funny.
What's up, man? This is Barack Johnson.
I'll accept it at this point. Republicans got explaining to do, and a lot of it. Bro, this is insane. We just look this stuff up. I'm telling you, it's right there. Like, and niggas will still get shit over voting Democrat, but everything keep pointing to Democrats being better.
Well, so it's just framing matters, right? Like, so the Republicans, or as I call them, conservative douchebags, particularly the black ones, they're never going to give you a fair conversation on this. So you can't expect that. But also framing matters, right? So like even when you just mentioned a second ago about the poverty line numbers, like that's the type of shit that you just can't use, because they make the poverty line so low that the majority of people won't be in poverty, right? Like even right now for a single individual, I think it's like 15,000. Now, come on. Women tell a man if he make 50, he a bum, right? So if I make 40 or 30 or even 20, I'm not in poverty. Like, yeah, I'm still in poverty. And here's the reason why you kind of know that, because even at those incomes, you still qualify for government assistance. So it's like some of the stuff you gotta kind of just look past, and then like you can't really hold on to it, like the poverty line numbers. But then the other thing is understanding that these two parties are playing the same game together, right? So
that's not what the results are saying. What do you mean by that? I need an explanation.
Right. So like with this data, right, you can look at this data and you can say, man, black people seem to be doing so much better when there's a Democrat in office, right? But the thing is that if somebody's going to look out for black people, somebody's going to look out for white people, somebody's going to look out for poor people, somebody's going to look out for rich people, right? So when the Democrats get in there, they're just doing their thing. They're just playing their part. They're just doing the thing that they're supposed to do. They're in office, and we saw this the other day when I was on Uncle Tom channel. We kind of looked it up to see what the presidents, as far as like which party had more presidents. Now I think the Republicans was like, I think it was like 19 to 15. If I might be off by like one. But I think like
Republicans have had more years in office. Does that matter to you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like it's been 19 Republican president to like 15 Democrat presidents. But in the last half a century, it's kind of been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Right? We went from Franklin, we went from Roosevelt,
I got it right here,
to Truman, who's a Republican. You know what I'm saying? Like we kind of just bounce back and forth. And that's what I'm saying. They kind of like just basically saying, okay, we're gonna give y'all a chance to get some things and build yourselves up, and then we're gonna go over here and we're gonna take care of this other demographic of people. So when you say, well, the Democrats seem to be doing more, well, they're not necessarily doing more. They're just doing what they're supposed to be doing, and then people are taking advantage of those things, right? And I also think it's psychological, right? So as much as black people vote democratically, when there's a black person in office, I mean, if we look at maybe the spurts that black people made during Obama's presidency, it's probably more than every other Democratic presidency in the last 50 to 100 years, except for maybe Clinton, and even including Clinton, right? Just off the visual of seeing him and him being in office and the inspiration that came along with it, and people trying to level up. So it's different things that apply to it. I wouldn't give the Democrats credit for saying that they have benefited black people. They have benefited poor people, right?
Yeah, but that's my point. My point is, on an economic standpoint, just the economy overall for the United States, which would include black people, Democrats are better at it. and Republicans are not. So there is absolutely no reason for anybody on a logical level to sit here and deny that, nor is it a reason to vote against that. It don't make sense.
Well,
that's my point. My point is
I
this.
would agree with you. I would agree with you if you're saying specifically like Stephen A. Smith and people who saying that we should just throw our votes to the Republican.
Yes, I'm talking about Stephen A. Smith and what's his name? Michael Render.
Mm-hmm.
Those people, like the people that say there's no difference between the parties, you're fucking wrong. Statistically, on every level, economically, socially. Who just took away the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, and who took it away? Who took away Section 5? Was it Republicans or Democrats?
Right, but that's why I have the belief on the system actually being controlled, right? So it's time for us to move in a specific kind of direction. So this is what we're going to do. So like, for instance, we had Bush the first did 4 years. Then Clinton came in and did 8 years. The president before him did 8 years too. Ronald Reagan did 8 years, right? And then Bush did 4 years. And then Clinton came in, he did 8 years, right? Then Bush Jr. came in, he did 8 years. Then Obama came in, he did 8 years, right? Then Trump came in, he did 4 years. You throw in the 4 years of Biden, and now Trump is back in there. But what happened in those 4 years? What significantly happened in those 4 years under Biden? Depending on which number you believe, we got like 12 million fucking immigrants. And I think it was a point in time where,
well, that's the issue. There's no way to verify that. And that's part of the problem. What? How many immigrants came in? Donald Trump will tell you it was 20 million. Then
well, that's why I said it depends on who you believe, but I just go with the 12 number.
I don't know. So I could try to look that up, but there's no way to verify that. But go ahead. What's your point?
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, I just go with the 12 numbers. You got people who say as low as 8. You got people who jump up as high as 20. I just say 12. I know I see way more Somalians, way more Venezuelans, South American, Hispanics than I have ever seen before, particularly down here in Kentucky, right? So, but the point is that I think business-wise, that was going to happen, but it wouldn't have made sense from a political strategy for that to happen under a Republican president. So Trump had to lose real quick. Let us get this Democrat dude in here because it would make sense for this to kind of happen under him because it fits their ideology. It fits the ideology of all this liberalness and all of this liberty and everybody's all included and everything like that. So you bring him in for 4 years. You make it seem like, he's the actual president when he's really not. You have all these immigrants come in. Now you bring Trump back in. Now Trump has another thing to run on, to lobby on, to get people behind him on. And it's just like now with this war thing working against him. But prior to that, look at his numbers. I mean, he was doing very well. All of the people who voted for Obama also voted for Trump, right? Except for the black one. So that's what I'm saying. In my mind, it's all set up. It's all rigged, right? They're going to do certain things to keep the system and the wheel turning. And so what makes sense to be done at what particular time? Okay, this aligns more with Republican ideology, or this reminds more.
But that's not.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not any doing of the Democrat based off of what I've looked up. Because you're right. Trump did, for example, Joe Biden was trying to handle the immigration issue, right, with the bill, immigration, and it was a bipartisan bill that both Democrat and Republican agreed on. But guess who told Republicans not to pass the bill so he could have something to run on?
Trump.
Yes. So even with that, that's my point. Even with that, I agree that it may be a game back and forth, whatever the case. At this point, it's a conspiracy because nobody really knows. But I will say this: when there's something that blatant comes out, then I will say absolutely. But it seems like the people or the person playing the game happens to be from the same party that's causing all the issues.
Right. So this is what I'm trying to say.
Real quick, I'm gonna pull that up while you're speaking, by the way. So keep a lookout on the screen too.
Okay. If you don't give people a break, a breather, if you don't give people hope, if you don't let them see some sort of growth, there will be a rebellion that you can't control. So that's what I'm saying. It's not really about Democrat and Republican. It's just those are the two parties that they put in place to kind of like play the game on screen for everybody to look at. But the truth is, when you really, I was just looking this up. It's so crazy when I saw you was talking about this. I just did a screenshot because I wanted to put this together. I keep forgetting to do it. About all these people who be saying we need to just get to 6 figures. You just get to 6 figures. I'm telling you, get to 6 figures, right?
That ain't enough no more.
And you look at, so let me see, where am I at? Oh, okay, here I am. Since you the homie, I don't want nobody else to see it, but I'll let you see it because you the homie I'm talking about. Cheeky B.
Okay.
The B stands for brother.
Appreciate it though. Yeah.
Okay. So I just shared this this screenshot with you, right?
You want me to pull it up or just?
Yeah, I just want you to just see it real quick.
Okay.
So this is showing you what the median income was in 1926 and the percentage of your income that went to rent, right? So basically in 1926, the median income was about $1,500 and about 20% or 1/5 of your income went towards rent. Fast forward 50 years to 1976, the median income was about $13,000, right? And about 25% of your income went to rent, so about 1/4, right? Fast forward 50 more years, 2026, now you average income 48,000, right? 33% of your income goes towards rent, which is about 1/3, right? So you see how it keeps going up. Now, if you fast forward 25 years from now, 2051, right? If you get to the income of 92,000, you right there at 100,000, but then you'll be paying 41% of that to rent. Damn near half of your money will be going towards rent, right?
Okay.
So that's why it's like, even when you look at it and you say, man, it seems like, yeah, black people are having these climbs, right? But you got to remember that 36,000 that it said black people gained is over the course of period of Democratic presidents, not one president, but basically all of them, depending on how far they went back.
Yeah, and that's what it says right here. The year-to-year difference add up over time. The report notes. Let me just share the screen, and that way we can read it at the same time.
Yeah.
All right. So you're right. No, and they explain that explicitly, right? The year-to-year difference add up over time. The report notes across the years with Democrats in office, which would be those 36 years of Democrats in office versus the 39 years of Republicans. So within that time frame, the black median income grew by roughly 36,000. Black child poverty
about
dropped
1,000
by
a year.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Since it's 36 years, 1,000 per year, and they broke it down right here. So 1361 annual change for blacks under Democrats with the median income. So each year 1360 under Democrats, $94. Right? We're not saying that both are. We're not saying it's a huge, great. We should be jumping for joy, yippee! But we are saying it seems to be better under one and not the other. I don't know if you saw my screen. Damn it, I didn't. I'm all right.
I saw it the first time, but not this time.
Okay, got you.
Yeah,
I just realized.
But
yeah, it's right here. So right there.
Absolutely.
So go. So we're in agreement. We're in agreement. It's not just extremely high. The thing that bothers me is for goddamn Mexican, or not Mexicans, but Latinos, it's higher. And it's like, what is going on? But anyway, that's besides the point. My point is, I'm challenging the idea that black Republicans specifically make, which is, I don't know why y'all vote for Democrats. Y'all just own another plantation, blah, say blah. But everything statistically and factually points to Democrats being overall better. So that makes more sense versus what they're saying, which is, well, vote for Republicans because for what? For billionaire tax cuts, millionaire tax cuts, ACA to get cut, TSA not get paid, like government shutdown. How do you have all three branches of the government and there's a governmental shutdown? Because you can't govern. That's how. So it's just like I don't trust these people and their opinions or thoughts or anything because they don't have anything to actually say their party's better. They're just lying, and they like to demonize people that are poor and black because that's what they fucking do. They just anyway. The evil is what it is. But go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with the arguments that you're making. I would just disagree with the outcome, which is casting a vote at all. Right? I don't believe in participating at all. Why should I have to choose between the lesser of two evils in a situation where I don't have to? It's different when you have to, but I don't have to. So I just say don't vote for neither one of them, because even with the 36,000, it's not enough. Now, somebody might argue, oh, well, if we didn't vote for them, if we didn't have them in there, then we wouldn't have got the 36,000. But see, that is called stupidity. Right? For you to believe that your vote somehow outweighs the other 195 million white people it is in the country. If they want the Democratic president in there, he will be in there. It's that simple. All they got to do is vote him in.
Yeah, but now you're missing the aspect of politics that does matter, which is being able to place who you need or who you want into Congress, into all branches of government. Because it's a multi-layered system. It's not just one thing. So yeah, I would say, sure, if you don't vote in the presidential election, I would still say you should do that. But if you choose not to, if you're in a red city or red state, I guess that state gonna be, well, it is what it is. But at the same time, if you have a Democratic House and Senate, and you could pass a bill or pass a law that says we're going to pack the House and put more judicial members in the House that more aligned with Democrats, that's a totally different ball game. And you can't do that if you don't vote at all. And why would they? And the other part of it too is, if black votes or voting didn't matter, then why is it that they would strip the Voting Rights Act, sections 2 and 5? If none of these things matter, why would they just not leave it alone?
So to me, in my opinion, I just think that shit is psychological. I don't really think it's tangible. I think it's more psychological than anything, right? They go out of their way to keep black people in this emotional state to feel like they're being oppressed in some kind of way, to keep their eye off the ball, right? Which is to live. And don't worry about this shit. You don't control it. It ain't yours. There's nothing you can do. We've been voting for how long now? We've been putting people in office for how long now? We've had black police officers for how long now? We've had black pastors for how long now? And what exactly has it changed if we are all the way in 2026 and people are still complaining? And people have the same complaints, not new ones, not different ones, the same complaints.
Yeah, the difference is just because something is happening or is in progress doesn't mean the work stops. Like, for example, if I get a tackle and I play football, that doesn't mean that the play ends and there isn't another down to play. The same thing applies here. We're fighting to keep rights and not lose them, as you can see most recently. That's the reason why voting matters, because you want people in place that would align, even if they don't align strictly because you're black, but align enough to go, that's not right, right? We would need somebody to stand and represent that. And that is the issue. We don't have that currently. And everybody in the Senate, House, and judicial, the judge, the judicial courts, they're all Republican. And they all are showing themselves to be against everything that is right, correct, or even close to good.
Well, respectfully, I would say comparing life to a game in that way is exhausting. It's the reason why a lot of people are checking out on it. Like, it's
all right,
who wants to who wants to think, yo, we're gonna fight and go through all this and that to get this thing, and then 20 years from now, y'all just gonna repeal it, change it. If you gotta put it on a piece of paper, if I gotta fight you for it, it's actually not a right. That's what I'm saying. You can live your life without being involved in any of this political bullshit. You can go out.
Beans, let me ask you this, Beans.
Absolutely.
If you was going to get raped by a nigga way bigger than you, would you fight him, or would you just let this shit happen?
I want to pretend like you didn't say the R word, but it seems like you did.
You run into Big Devo Diesel Dick, and he say, Beans, give me that shit. What are you going to fight, or are you going to be like, well, Yeah, if I got to find him again tomorrow, I don't know, bro. I'm gonna get tired. What are you going to do?
Right. So, but this is the thing. I'm gonna ask, but I need to understand, because now you're talking about you're comparing essentially my life, because I'm not gonna let that happen, right? So that fight,
you're not gonna let that happen. You're not. It don't matter what the odds is. It don't matter what's going on.
But understand though, you got to understand what you're comparing, because that me stopping that could end in one of us or even both of us dying. This political shit is not that big of a deal. It's really not. Do you know how many people don't vote? Like, you know what I'm saying? You got millionaires that don't vote, billionaires that don't vote, 100,000aires that don't vote, broke ass people that don't vote, crippled people that don't vote. You got good looking people that don't vote, ugly people that don't vote, skinny people, fat people. Like, it's too many people who don't vote where it ain't that big of a deal, bro. And they still get to live their lives. You're not gonna die. Nobody's gonna come take your cookies if you don't vote. And that's what I'm saying. And until such time as they offer a political process that is actually fair, right? That is actually not even fair, that is actually just genuine, right? You're saying, because think about it like this. To your point, and this is why I just said, I ain't gonna lie, the first time I ever thought about this was listening to you talk about it about 4 minutes ago. But when the Democrats get in there, it's their turn to do something for the little people. And then when the Republicans get in there, it's their turn to do something for the quote unquote big people, right? So I didn't have that thought until I was listening to you talk. And it was like, okay, cool. So if that's the case, then what I got to understand is it's irrelevant. I don't need to vote for, I already don't, but I don't need to vote for none of you niggas, because it's not going to matter no way. I'm going to get what I'm going to get when I'm going to get it, based on what I do. And as long as there's no, too many external forces trying to impede what I'm trying to do, I'll be okay. But until such time as they create a system that is genuine, right? To say, hey, listen, we understand that just because we're Republican and we want to do some things to help out the rich, we're not going to come in here and do things to sabotage the poor. I don't even know if that's possible, Cheeky.
No, that's not.
Is it? Do you really believe that it's possible for them to do things for the poor and not take from the rich, or do things from the rich and not sabotage the poor? I'm not even sure if it's possible.
Well, yeah, it is possible, right? Like I don't know what you mean by it's not possible. Like to not take.
Okay, if they say we want to tax the rich less, guess what that means? That means less money to circulate to the poor. That's what it means. It's like it's almost no way around it.
So okay, yeah, but that's that. I don't understand what you're saying. Is there a way to not tax somebody or not somebody not feel one thing?
No, I'm not saying whether or not they should or they shouldn't. What I'm saying is
Are you just asking, is it possible? That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm saying I can't see a way. If they come in and they say we're going to give more to the poor, then that means they're going to take more from somebody else. Right? If they say we're going to allow the rich to keep more, then it means they're going to take more from the poor people. So it's almost like you can't help one without hindering the other. So what you have shown with your data is that when the Republicans are in office, either you see things go down a little bit, or it kind of stays the same. And then when the Democrats come in, they say, okay, here go a little something to help you out from that stagnated or those little deficiencies that you had to suffer under the last regime. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's a balance that you damn near can't hate.
But that's the thing. You have people like Mayor Mamdani, whose deficit was what, billions? How many ever billions? He zeroed it out. Like, and again, the way that he did it was by, like you're saying, taxing people to have more. But that's the expectation. If you have more, you should do more. If you're an ethical person, but if you're not, then don't worry. That's why people vote. We'll help you figure that out. So, for example, Beans, you got kids, right? You got kids, right?
Yeah, we'll help you figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you Beans, you got kids, right?
Absolutely.
And if you told your kid go do something, and they said no, you're gonna help them figure that out, right?
Right, absolutely.
Exactly. That's the point. We need people that are willing to help them motherfuckers with no ethics or morals figure some shit out. And you know why you know how I know me and you agree that they are ethically or morally compromised? Because you call them douchebags. Nobody who has ethics or morals normally get called a douchebag, from my understanding, Beans, unless because I will admit I am autistic, right, and socially retarded. So maybe when I hear douchebag, it's actually a good thing. But you call them a douchebag for a reason. What would that reason be, Beans?
You know, he called everybody a douchebag. Just I ain't want to hop in right there, but
because Beans, they're unethical, they're immoral, and some shit you're looking at like, bro, you don't need all of that. And we have a system that says that you don't need all of that too. So guess what? We're going to put somebody in place to help us realize you need some help figuring that out. And that's fair. You want to know what? Because if you don't want to be here, then get the fuck on. But nobody ever leaves.
I've taken that stance too. I mean, listen, if you asking me, right? Yes, that's my opinion, right? That I've heard the arguments about, the top 10% pay this much in the taxes and all of that, but they actually earn more than they pay. So it's still irrelevant, right? Even though it's only 5%, it's still more.
It's called the effective tax rate is what you're talking about, right?
So, well, I don't know what it's called. I just know what I learned. Unless you know what I studied, right? Because somebody was making that argument about the fact that he said top 1%, but it's actually the top 10%, right? Which pays about 40% of all taxes. And it sounds like a lot, but they also earn 45% of all income. So I'm not feeling bad for you, right? So at the end of the day, my thing still is like, yes, my personal opinion is I don't give a damn if somebody. I don't give a fuck if you employ 900 million people. If somebody is working as a garbage man making $34 an hour and they getting taxed at 28%, motherfucker, you need to be getting taxed at something too. You need to be getting taxed at something more than 20%.
The equivalent, you would need to be taxed whatever the equivalent is percentage-wise for him. If it's 38% of his income, let it be, like you're saying, let it be a fair, right? So again, Beans, that's what voting is here for. Right now, but it's all part of the game. It's all part of the game, But my point is this: I'm willing to run that risk and have that person get the support. And I already know this: Democrat. We've looked this up. We just looked it up. Means no matter what, economically speaking, I'm going to be better off picking one versus the other. Democrats have shown themselves to be the one to pick, especially if you want some level of economic success at a higher rate than you would the other.
But
there's no argument there.
Hold on real quick, E. But that's where you're wrong at, in my opinion. Because
well,
let's say this. Because you're saying you're going to be better off if you pick them. Does that also mean if they win every single time?
No, because picking them is giving them a better opportunity.
But what I'm saying is you're saying you're going to be better off with the Democrat. So that would essentially mean,
historically speaking, yes.
Okay, so that would essentially mean you would be okay with it if every single time there was an election, the Democrats won.
Yeah, which would never happen.
That's what I'm telling you is problematic.
Okay,
Beans, you won't see those advancements that we see.
Beans, you're saying that won't happen. And what I'm
saying I'm not saying it won't happen. I'm going along with the theory that it will. And I'm saying, but bro, that's problematic. You won't, the advancements that you say we see under Democrats won't happen if the Democrats always win. They will also
No. I say it would happen. I think it's
I know we disagree.
That's what we disagree. Okay. You're saying even if they didn't win, you don't think
not every time you can't, because what about the other people? There's another demographic of people in this country who aren't black, who aren't poor, who aren't this, right? And they're gonna want their needs met. They're gonna want some things done for them, especially since you haven't changed the way that the political system works, which means those people are still gonna be funding a lot of these politicians, funding a lot of their dinners and their campaigns and all this other stuff, right? So they're going to want their needs met. They're going to want their wishes granted too. And all we would see is eventually the Democrats making the same type of decisions that the Republicans will be making under that pressure. So that's why I'm saying you need to let the difference get in there.
No, you don't. The difference would be, though, there are people, or there would be somebody to represent saying, I am not going to take these stands. I'm not going to take this. I don't take the stands on this, that, or third, whatever the case. those things are starting to be exposed. Those things like where the money's coming from, the APACs or the super, what do you call it?
The super
the super PACs, super PAC, all of those things are being exposed, and those things are hurting people. And the people that are in legislation or in our representation are supposed to represent those people are trying to pass those bills. They're doing it on a state level, which then gets them to try to be on a larger level.
Yeah,
So
but
again, go ahead.
Cheeky, yeah, I keep hearing y'all talk. So first, I watched this video a while ago, and it was about the plantation owner, right? It was talking about, I'm gonna paraphrase it to like 15 seconds. Basically, they brought in different people, and you got to vote who was gonna be the slave owner, right? And then they had one side that was red and one side was blue, right? And it didn't matter what either side did. When one is currently in office, the other one always looked better to the majority, right? And this is why we keep having this swing from Republican to Democrats. Because when Democrat in office, there's a group of people going to be upset with the Democrats, and they saying we're voting different. Then when Republicans get in office, it's a group of people who typically be the majority, and we see this swing between people going from one side to the other because they have a short memory of the dissatisfaction they have in the last 4 years. Do we agree that that's happening, or y'all think we disagree that that's happening before I make my point?
I disagree that that's happening.
I wish I was listening. I was texting.
All right.
You wouldn't even listen.
What?
So the point that I'm making,
I disagree with that, but go ahead, finish your point.
Well, the point that I'm making is if a person stays with their mother and typically they think staying with their father is better. If they stay with their father, they typically romanticize the things that happen. We see this throughout the Bible. We see this throughout everything. Is typically the person who's currently in power is the worst. And that's just typically how, and when I'm talking about, I'm not saying like the core people who's going to be Democrat forever their life. I'm talking about it's a group in the middle that swings this, because it got to be a swing group if we're swinging backwards and forward. Do you at least agree with that, Cheeky? Like it got to be people changing.
Right. That's called the moderate voter or whatever you call them. Yeah, I know
So,
exactly what you're saying. Yes, that exists.
Yeah, but not to the impact that you're suggesting. That's what
It is.
Right? When they say,
That's what I'm saying.
Swing states, I just don't believe, like, unless you say that it's based on popularity. And even then, I'd be hard pressed to give them that much power, but I would say I would understand it then.
No, I'm just saying if people was like, what I'm trying to say, if people was hardcore Republicans, they go be Republicans, and no matter what the Republican do, it wouldn't be a such thing as a swing state. Because everybody be like,
I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is this, because they have these things that they call swing states, right? But what I'm saying is this: if okay, so me and my uncle talk about this a lot. Yes or no, just real quick, so we can move forward. Do you think the NBA is rigged, like controlled? Not even just say rigged, controlled.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I always say. He say maybe not so much. I say yes. My thing is, if some teenagers in the fucking 70s found a way to control games, why the hell would you as a business owner not also take advantage of that information and control your games? Right? So you would. People in power will always seek more power, more control. So if these people have a way of controlling politics, controlling outcomes, they fucking will. They put one of the control mechanisms right in your face and called it the Electoral College. Right? Which is why Hillary won all them goddamn votes and still wasn't the president. Right? So what I'm saying is, I'm not disagreeing with you that these people exist. I'm saying I don't think they have enough power to actually swing an election. I think that's just some more propaganda used to make people feel like they're more involved with the process than they really are.
So you agree with my original stance with the story of the two plantation owners? They go to dinner together. They own the same team, cousins, and truthfully and honestly, they just give people the illusion that we have a choice and we're gonna have what we have, so we should take advantage of who's in office when they're in office.
Yeah, that sounds plausible. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, if we don't have no control, that means it doesn't make sense to vote. So how you feel about that,
that's
Cheeky?
Bean's point. That's Bean's point. I disagree with both y'all. Y'all are both conspiracy theorists at heart, and that's fine.
Ain't that a
I can
bitch?
be that way. Like that don't like none of these things surprise me from coming from either one of y'all. Y'all are both conspiracy theorists. I would. Why would I ever think? Why would I ever think to venture out and go, he's not going to come up with some conspiracy that no one can prove. But the absence of evidence does not mean that there's evidence of absence.
But we
Cheeky said,
but I'm showing you evidence. That's the difference between me is I don't just make claims without some form of evidence. Again,
wait. You see what you said? That right there, some form of evidence. Some form of evidence is so subjective, which I'm okay with, right? You can bring forth what you would suggest is evidence, and I would shoot it down and go, that's not evidence of that. There may be evidence of something, but it's evidence of something different than what you're concluding.
Let me just ask you straight up and down.
Are we about to go somewhere else?
Why the hell did we not have Hillary Clinton as a president?
Because enough people didn't vote for her, and she wasn't.
She won by at
the
least
majority,
4 million of the people in the country who voted. She won
of what the electoral or the popular?
The popular
vote.
That's my point. That doesn't matter. The electoral matters.
Okay, so you just said our votes don't matter. You just said
no, I did not say that. That's not how electoral votes work. Electoral votes work. Go ahead.
Hello, because y'all guys about to move it. Cheeky.
Okay.
You said that we got theory. Hello. You said that we were speaking from theory and we were speaking as a
conspiracy theorist. Yes.
Let me tell you the theory that you're speaking from. It have never been a time in U.S. history that we was just Democrat only for a long period of time, 20, 30, 40 years, right? So this idea that you want me and Beans to accept that, hey, if we just start voting right, that we gonna have a Democrat for the next 20 years, if we just believe we can do it, that's BS, and you have no proof of that.
What do you mean? I have no proof of what? That there's going to be a Democrat for 20 years?
No, your point that you was making is that you believe that it's not going to swing backwards and forward from Republican and Democrat. Did I hear that part correct? Like we can control it, stand on one side.
You're asking if there will be a tandem back and forth?
No, because Bean's argument was, hey, it's going to be a back and forth regardless. There's nothing we can do from stopping it from going backwards and forward. And you disagree with that.
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm telling you, it have never been a time in history, so you're speaking from theory, saying that we can keep it on one side.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There may not be a time in history where this has happened, but we're moving in that direction based on how this administration is moving. That's my point.
Because
you're saying this, but the fact that gerrymandering has become a thing in the way that it has, and that Democrats are finally deciding to fight back or do something in response to Republicans, they need to go the step forward. They need to go ahead and eliminate the Republican Party because these people are evil, and that's not crazy to think that.
No, I'm just telling you, it's so short-sighted because I remember when Joe was the president. Guess what? Everybody was in uproar. Matter of fact, the reason I think Donald Trump was in office is because so many people switched from the Democrat side and said, hey, I'm going to the Republican side because I don't want to see what's happen again. So I'm just telling you, it's just like YouTube. They mad at Trump right now because he's in office. Guess what? We're going to get a Democratic president. They're going to be mad at him while we're in office. And the reason we're going to keep...
That's fine. Like, I'm not disagreeing that there's going to be a subsect of Americans that are just too stupid to know the difference between Donald Trump and somebody that's better than Donald Trump. That's not my problem. My issue, or not my issue, but the thing that I would suggest and the thing that I'd recommend if I had to speak to Democrats is they need to hold Republicans accountable for the evil shit they're doing and have done, right? All the way from January 6th up until now. They need to go ahead and find a way to remove Republicans out of office and power in a more permanent way. And they can do it. They just have to do the exact same thing Republicans have been trying to do. That's the issue. We're not even playing the same type of game. Neither party is playing the same game right now.
I get that,
but they start playing their game.
But it's almost like you want me not to be able to take both parties and hold them accountable. Because if that's the case, we need to remove these Democrats for the evil stuff they did to black people. Like it's a history of all the evil they done did. I can go from the KKK up into locking niggas up. I'm telling you, both of these are evil parties. You try to say one is more evil than the other. It's crazy.
I'm sorry. Just help me understand this. Are you saying that the Democrats are the ones that tried to strip away the Civil Rights Act, Section 2 and 5? Was Democrats?
I'm saying that they.
I'm just asking. I'm just asking you a simple question.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. What I am saying. Okay, go ahead.
So here's my thing. I can fully agree. Both of them are evil, but there's one that is disproportionately evil. Tell me which one started or tried to do an insurrection. Was that the Democrat or the Republicans?
I think if I say these
just answer
insurrection,
Republican or Democrat?
I would say Republican.
Okay.
So, but no, that's the point that you're doing. You're trying to say, let me tell you how one is more evil than the other. You can say an insurrection is bad, and I say the KKK was bad. Like, then you gonna tell me an insurrection was worse than the KKK?
The KKK would fall into what political party? The Democrat or the Republican?
Democrat. They started the Democrats. Literally started the KKK.
So here again, we're saying the Democrat, and this is before the switch, the ideological switch.
Yes,
I'm saying even if we go back to the 3 strikes rule, that was a target to black people. That's what I keep telling. They just got more slick at it. They will still have.
That's fine. I'm not saying the Democrat Party isn't evil at all. My question is, which one has done the most evil, and which one is disproportionately trying to affect black people? Without a shadow of a doubt. We've already looked it up.
Most evil to black
We've already looked it up.
You're not wording it right. He's not being disingenuous by saying the Democrats because you're saying evil, right? The thing that the Republicans have been doing for the last 60 years is not. We could say evil, but it's not evil when you describe it or when you juxtapose it to the KKK. Right? What the Republicans have been doing is playing a mathematic game, right? They just genuinely don't give a shit about poor people, not poor white people, not poor black people, not poor people at all, right?
Correct.
They care about a specific demographic, and that's the demographic that can line their pockets. That's pretty much how that works. Is that necessarily evil? Not so much. It's not altruistic, of course, but evil when you compare that to lynching motherfuckers, nah. So he's not being disingenuous by his answer. But if all we're talking about is from the economic point of view, again, that little $1,500 a year ain't worth the LGBT shit that the Democrats have been doing.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? That little $1,500 a year, like that little $1,500 a year, it ain't worth all the what the fuck is that motherfucking name? Shit. Forget it, because I ain't gonna remember the name. But all this political shit that's going on, right? All this inclusive shit, the feminism from the left, from the Democratic side, it ain't worth that $1,500 a year.
And I'm arguing if we really look at what's going on in the black community, we should be blaming the Democrats. When I hear people get on these panels saying that the government separated us from our families, who you think they talking about? They ain't talking about no damn Republicans. They talking about Democrats.
That's also true. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what is to play.
So I missed part of what y'all saying. What is the takeaway y'all saying?
What I'm saying is, I think it's going to swing back and forth. I think it's not even logical to think that we're going to be one-sided for a long period of time. What we need to do is we need to find a way. I made a whole bunch of money with the Democrats, and I'm making a whole bunch of money with the Republicans. We need to figure out, guess what? My number one thing I worked with was people on food stamps when Democrats was in office, right? Now the Republicans, I changed my whole business model. It's ways for me to make money with both of these parties. The question is, am I willing to adjust or change to be able to take advantage of who's in charge? Because I don't think we got the power to put only one person in charge.
Yeah, party banging is clearly not an effective strategy for black people.
Just to clarify, right? The relationship between the KKK and the Republican Party has shifted significantly over the group's years, spanning from 19th century Reconstruction era to present day. So during the Reconstruction was formed after the Civil Rights War to oppose the Republican Party's Reconstruction policies, often acting as a violent unofficial military wing for the Southern Democrat Party, which would be the Dixiecrats, right? To intimidate black voters. Are we saying that these people would be considered a Democrat still?
Yeah, when we look at Three Strikes You Out, I think that was some KKK shit.
Stop.
So Southern, but you see what it says, Southern Democrats, right?
Southern Democratic Party.
Right. We saw a great shift in the Southern Democratic Party after
to what?
B. Johnson, where a lot of them switched to the Republican Party. But
and that's my point.
Right, but it doesn't help your point. Is because they haven't been doing those kinds of things per se. They've been doing economical bullshit. That's what they've been doing, like Trump last year with all that verbal.
Okay, but my point,
and it's not even that.
My point is, it's ideological. We're not. Why are we sitting here doing? It's an ideological point. If I say somebody is hanging people, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think they voted for Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Joe Biden.
So you talking about in 2026? So
yes,
in 2026, yes, I would think it was Trump. I would think it was Trump.
Why?
No, I'm saying I would think it was Trump because I would think they was probably a conservative. I would think that, right? But what I'm saying is that it's places where, especially in the South, and it's places in the Midwest too, where there's a lot of Democrats and they still hold the same racist ideology. They just don't practice it the same. What I'm saying is what you have been, this is what I'm saying, Cheeky, and you have to be fair on this. Pretty much before we came on the panel, at least before I came on the panel, your whole target on the Republican Party was basically economic. So we already know what the focus is and how they try to fuck over, quote unquote, black people.
But
right?
Beans,
hold on.
I want to ask this question.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. You already laid out the foundation. That's how they try to fuck you over now. It's economically and politically. I've already made the argument that fuck they politics. You don't even have to participate. But then economically, as it goes, you're not going to change anything anyway. To either man's point, even though most people ain't running businesses, you're going to get what you're going to get. As long as there aren't any external forces or too many external forces impeding your growth, you can grow. It may slow down under certain parties. It may go more under certain parties, but it ain't going to be a lot. You might lose $97 or you might gain $1,500. That shit ain't saving your marriage. That shit ain't bringing families back together.
Okay, bro. Oh my God.
So I'm saying that to say that it's not that big of a deal. Right,
you saying that in light of the Civil Rights Act chapters or section 2 and 5 or 2 specifically recently being gutted is so insane to me. What are we talking about?
So first you have to say what it is that you think is going to happen. What's going to happen?
What exactly did they remove when they removed those?
No. See, that's slowing the conversation down.
Right.
Tell me what it is that's going to happen. Fuck what they did. What's going to happen? What's going to change?
The point is you would need to get somebody in there to maybe reverse the decision. That's what can happen. It's because a possibility. What do you mean? Because of what? So you can redistrict it back to the fair representation it should have had in the first place.
What? That's what I'm asking you. What's
so you can have representation to represent at a particular bill or something for influence. That's why.
You don't even know why they were.
But that's what I'm asking you for what? Like, Cheeky, this is what I'm saying. If I told you right now that you had to take a 30% pay cut, you could tell me exactly how that's going to affect you. You're not going to tell me, man, we need to get a new CEO in here to change the rules back.
I can tell you how that can affect that. I could tell you how that would affect people in their political influence currently. They're already
You're
trying to
saying
make ways
political
to
influence,
minimalize.
Okay, listen, but you're saying political influence, but to what extent? The only thing that you have shown us so far is $1,500 fucking dollars. That's all you've shown us for all this representation, Cheeky.
You keep acting as if politics is just this thing that can happen instantly when that's never been the case. What Martin Luther King did. Do you think? Hold on, let me clarify something. Do you think all of our civil rights leaders and activists, they did this all for naught?
Yeah, actually.
Okay, well then, and that's the case. We don't have a conversation, me and you, no more. There's nothing to talk about. We're so diametrically opposed to the reality of something that we don't need to talk about anything else.
No, that's unfair, Cheeky.
That's not unfair. Cheeky, if you're sitting here, listen to what listen to what you just did.
You can tell me you don't know how to answer a question if you don't know how to answer. God. You don't have to insult me. If you don't know how to answer the question, just say
insult you. We're on two different
because you're saying we can't have a conversation because we have a difference of opinion.
You just told me. Listen to what you just. I asked you something very simple, and you answered it. I said, do you think that the civil rights leaders and what they did and fought for and died for, was it pointless? And you said yes.
Okay, cool. Yes, that's because this is what I'm saying, Cheeky. Here's what I'm saying. Yes or no. Out of all of this political representation that we had before they just repealed this Second Amendment or whatever the fuck they did, what have you shown us that we've gotten from that representation outside of $1,500 a year? Listen to the question exactly. What have you shown us today that representation has garnered us outside of $1,500?
Okay, so you're looking for more than we can look it up right now. If that's what you're looking for, more than that, if you want to be that reductive, you can, and that's absolutely fine. But I shouldn't have to show you what the importance of the civil rights is and the impact it has on Black people today because you just don't know. But I'm willing to do that.
Not civil rights, voting. We're talking about voting right now.
So how are they not intertwined?
Because the March on Washington was not called the March on Washington to let us vote. The March on Washington was called the March for Freedom and Jobs because the niggas want to be able to work places and make more money.
Listen, how does civil rights not tie into voting rights?
In my opinion, it doesn't, Cheeky. And the reason why
the
reason why I'm telling you that it doesn't is because if you can go join the military, if you can get medical insurance, if you can get you a GT motherfucking Charger, if you can go work at the electric company, or if you can build a business and become a goddamn billionaire, but you don't have a right to vote, when would you ever stop to give a shit about voting? If you was able to get all of that shit done without ever casting a vote, when would you ever care about voting, bro?
Okay,
you wouldn't. The only time you would care about voting,
you keep separate. That's the issue. That's the issue. You keep separating these things as if they're not intertwined, and they are.
Okay, Cheeky. So I'm asking you to show me how. Issue. Okay, you can't show me how. What the fuck have we voted that has done so well for us?
Could Black people own houses at a certain period of time? Yes or no?
After slavery, absolutely. But before slavery,
no.
How? What do you mean?
How could they own it after slavery?
If they had the money to purchase it, if they went to a bank that wasn't going to be racist, they could get financing.
If you put a lot of ifs in there, how was that able to happen?
The same rules applied to white people. If they didn't have no fucking money, they wouldn't have been able to get it too. And if did they have any laws? They probably would have discriminated against you too.
Did white people have any laws to stop them or blockade them from opportunity to do anything?
Yes, in certain areas.
So I'm
not talking to you either, man. Because you're gonna bring up Irish people and Italian people who weren't officially white until a certain time period too. I'm talking about the politics of these things, or the reason why laws are in place in the first place. Have any of y'all owned a home?
I know that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so is there not a Fair Housing Act that they have to abide by? That's a law.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so who do you think was advocating on the behalf of people to make it fair and against the law, so that if there is something that's done wrong, they'll be held accountable for it? What do you think politics does? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Republicans did that. I just said if we go factually,
either man. I don't either man. You're not acknowledging what's happening. That's fine. I don't need you to.
No, I'm trying. I want to talk about the second section too.
Of course, you want to.
The one that you brought up in the civil rights.
You're talking about something that me and Beans are not talking about. So stop talking, please.
But Cheeky, this is the thing, right? Even with the Fair Housing Act, right? We didn't get to vote on that. that wasn't our vote. That wasn't my mama's vote, my grandmama's vote. That was some Senate.
You sure that black people's vote had no bearing or weight on that?
What I'm saying is we didn't vote for it. That's my point. If you want to say we voted for the people who were in there, true. But those people were also white.
But my point is the representation of somebody being black or white doesn't matter. It's the ideology that they're representing. So if you have people that are trying to reduce the ideology and also the race of people to participate because they don't want that ideology to spread, you are effectively making that vote minimalized on purpose.
Okay, I listen, Cheeky. Okay, so let me say, I'm gonna put you like this. I understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, if you're doing well economically, the vote won't fucking matter. It won't matter.
But you keep acting as if economic standpoint doesn't have anything to do with politics, and it does.
But that's only because it was true.
You keep saying that's only because
I can't take away what the history was.
Oh,
but wait, no. Because let me show you why you're being a little bit unfair. Because I'm gonna show you why. The premise of your take originally was, and I quote, right? Maybe not verbatim, but I am quoting. The premise of your take originally was that we need to vote these Republicans out forever. That's not a 1976 thing. That's not a 1922 thing. That's a 2026 and moving forward thing.
I said Democrats. They need to do that. They need to find a way to do the Jeremy. All the cheating plays that Republicans are willing to do, Democrats must do in order to put up a fighting chance. I don't expect.
You're talking about cheating.
I don't expect 13% of the population.
I don't want to move away from this without acknowledgement. But Cheeky, that is a future tense thing, right? That's not for we can't go back and do that in 1967, right? We got to do that for now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, right, for now, right, moving forward, what I'm saying is because people like yourself who went to the military, who's damn near a millionaire, right? All these millionaires on YouTube, all these niggas that got the bag, everybody got 6 figures in fucking Versace robes. If niggas play politics economically the way the rest of the races do, motherfuck that vote. That vote won't matter more than your dollars do if you played it that way.
And that's not true. You want to know why? Because even people with money will pay for political influence. They don't just have money to have it. Why do you think super PACs matter?
No, we just said the same thing. That's literally what I just said. Is that your money will have more impact than the vote if you played the game.
Your money doesn't have any impact if you're not involved politically.
Yes, but I'm not voting. Cheeky, if you're what's the motherfucking
you
name?
You think billionaires don't vote?
No, wait. What's the motherfucking name that go in there and talk to the people? What are they? Lobbyists. Yes. Do you know what a lobbyist is, Cheeky?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, which means I don't have to vote. All I got to do is get you to go in there and have conversations with them motherfuckers and cut a check on my behalf.
But guess what they do? They do vote. They don't separate the two. You can't separate it. You keep trying to make the separation between money and politics when they coincide.
No, I'm not separating money and politics. I'm separating money and voting. So you keep missing that.
What is voting for?
Me getting up, standing in a fucking line, going into a booth, casting a goddamn vote. That's what I'm talking about.
What is the vote for?
Some retarded motherfucker who swear he gonna go in there and get shit done the way we want it to get done.
What does the vote represent? What does the vote represent?
I just said that. Some retarded motherfucker who swear he gonna
represents a political. It represents a political standpoint or political identifier, so that people can try as best as they can to fairly assess and put somebody to match their ideology. That's what the vote is for. If you're removing people's influence or ability to be identified, you're doing them a disservice.
Okay,
and you're doing it, and it's unfair and unjust.
Are you seeing how many people are against Trump right now for this war? What are they saying consistently? We didn't vote for this shit. We didn't vote for you to do this shit. You told us no new wars, right? So what I'm saying is ideologically, you might be right about what the vote represents, but I'm talking about tangibly, your vote represents that motherfucker who you was voting to put into that position. And when he get in there, he gonna do exactly what the fuck the people who paid him told him to do. That is what black representation has been politically for over 100 motherfucking years. And any black person that tried to do anything other than that, Cheeky, was killed.
And if you're saying that, then that's fine. You can dismiss and you can say that shit don't matter. That's cool. We're just going to disagree. And it goes back to what I was saying. There's no conversation to be had. There is nothing you can do to change my mind, and there's nothing I can do to change your mind. If you think that the overall endpoint of this is none of this shit matter and I don't got to vote, that's on you. I'm not trying to change your mind, nor do I care to. And you're not going to change mine. We're on two different. No, you're not. You're not going to do it because
we're not going to change your mind.
Like that's why I was like, this
conversation is pointless. Do anything.
It's pointless.
It's so pointless. Ephesians 6:11 says, "Thou shalt change it, thou mind."
Well,
okay, cool.
Cheeky.
Who is this? Who the hell is this?
I got a question.
That was the man.
No. What's happening? This is Omni, by the way.
Oh, what's up, Omni?
Yeah, what's happening? So you said that the Republicans are the only ones that are doing things that are unfair?
Oh, God.
No, I didn't say that. I said Democrats need to start doing the exact same things as the Republicans. And if you view it to be unfair, then so be it. But if you don't worry about it.
But you want to end the conversation with me for that shit.
I'll stop the conversation. That's the end of the conversation with him. Look, if he thinks that what Republicans are doing is right and fair and all, then I say all I'm saying.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm personally of the belief if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, and
okay,
I can point out numerous
case,
things that the Democrats have done that would be cheating.
Okay, and I'm saying they should do more.
Okay. Right? He literally said that. He literally said that shit too.
You see how these conversations are gonna get shorter and shorter because I just don't have the old me would have had. I would have done this back and forth. No, right. Absolutely not. I'm not going to do this no more. Right? If you have your standpoint, then I understand it, and I can. Here's what I will do. I will acknowledge the logic behind it. I will also say you have a point, but I just disagree. Beans, what you said makes sense for people that agree with your mindset because that's the same mentality they would have and the same logic and conclusion they have. My standpoint is a little bit different, but that doesn't mean that you're wrong or you're stupid or there's no logic behind what you said. I just disagree with the logic.
Yeah, and I can accept that all day.
But you should because you're cheeky, right? Because people who write dissertations and get PhDs like Cheeky B.
I don't have I'm a dropout. I'm a high school dropout. I went to college because I walked on the campus and was just going to random places. I ain't go there because I'm a janitor. What more do you want from me? I've never been a nigga. I've never been a nigga that claimed to have a whole bunch of money. I've always told you, nigga, I'm broke just like you. The only thing that I've done to make sure I keep, because my name matters, is if I lose a bet or if I'm wrong, I will say it. And just keep it at that. I have paid people for losing bets. I have also admitted when I'm wrong, and it's been on my own channel. I'm currently having this stance when it comes to Republicans because the facts say so. And if you disagree, don't argue with me. Argue with Google and whatever document I just showed you.
Okay, so I'm sorry for accusing you of having written a dissertation, but what I am saying is because you appear to be sponsored by Nike's golf section.
This is the same hat for 3 years. I'm broke. What do you want from me? I mean, if you go back and look at any old streams, you will see the exact same hat because a nigga is broke. I don't have money. What do you want from me?
No, that is a fact. It has literally been the same hat. Nobody don't ever talk about you. Nobody don't ever call you names like they do me. So that's why I just assumed that, you've been sponsored. But what I'm trying to say, though, if you will ever let me finish, is that because we have this idea of you as this super educated degree holder, brand sponsored by the biggest brand in the world. Our expectation is that you will be able to walk down your theory with us. So I'm not necessarily saying don't. It's my opinion to not vote, right? If it's my kids, I'm telling them don't vote. Don't waste your time. My friends ask me my opinion, don't vote, don't waste your time. I'm not instructing you not to. But what I am saying is, outside of just saying representation, because you know how they had that saying taxation without representation? The point is, what does that look like? Right? So we know when Malcolm, here's what Malcolm X's representation looked like. Police beat a motherfucking nigga up and put his ass in a cell and wasn't gonna give him no medical attention. Malcolm X and 100 other motherfuckers marched down to the police station. We ain't going nowhere until you get this nigga the fuck up out of here so he can get some goddamn medical attention. And guess what? They got him some goddamn medical attention. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's an example of representation. Oh, this man made sure I got my medical attention. What I'm saying is, even when you bring up the Fair Housing Act, right? That wasn't us, A, but B, it was a partisan thing. To Edelman's point, he wasn't lying. I looked it up while he was talking. The Senate was 42 to 29. The House was 150 to 100. The noes was only 3 for the Senate, and the noes for the House, which was the Republic, was only 84. You had more noes from Democrats and more noes from the Senate, the Senate Democrats, and more noes from the House Democrats on that Fair Housing Act that you was talking about. So this is why I'm saying, like, that ain't us. What we talking about is us being able to vote. And what does that get me? That's what Killer Mike is talking about. What does it get me to vote for you? Stephen A's point, which I absolutely disagree with, but I understand where he's coming from, is, okay, here's what we do. We throw all our votes at the Republicans to let these motherfuckers know that you don't have this universal 200-year hold on us. You either gonna start doing things tangibly for us that we can see that looks better than $1,500 a fucking year, or else we either gonna throw our votes to these motherfuckers or just not vote at all. Right? And I'm saying that makes more sense to me, because guess what? If you want to look up some shit, look up how many niggas was killed in 1965, and then look up how many 1955, and then look up how many niggas was killed in 1925. It's more. All this representation, but the police kill more niggas in the last 20 years than they did in them years back then. Right? With all this goddamn representation. You paying more rent with all this goddamn representation. Your woman can't stand you, won't marry you. With all this goddamn representation, shit ain't better. We got $1,500 more. Congratulations. So that representation needs to provide something tangible, Cheeky. And if you can't tell a motherfucker this is what you're gonna get, you gotta accept that you might be marking up the wrong tree with this one.
If you're saying $1,500 as if that's the only benefit that may have come from that, right? Do we not accept the HBCUs and the tangibility that come from education for Black people, specifically to Black people, from that? We don't want to count that?
Yes, but Trump gave money too.
Okay, he gave money. Why though?
Well, it's not just that he gave money. It's not.
Why?
Let me chime in. So it's not that he just gave money. He made it so that the HBCUs don't have to beg for money every, I believe it was 2 years.
Right.
So it's now non-negotiable.
Okay.
But now it's 10 years.
Right? The fact that it's there, why is it there?
The fact that what there specifically, the fact that the money's there.
Funding for HBCU, the funding for HBCUs, why is it there? How did it get there?
Because they were underfunded.
How did that happen? What was it that got them that right there? What was it that brought attention to Trump to say, hey, we need funding here? How did that happen? Was it through voting in politics?
Let's see. According to this, no.
So what was it then? If it wasn't due to voting or
they
politics?
First started with agencies like the Freedmen's Bureau under President Andrew Johnson's administration, right? So That's what I'm saying. It wasn't us that we don't necessarily.
Oh my! You keep shit. You want somebody black to always sign the document? What do you?
No. I'm not saying black. I'm saying what I'm saying is Cheeky. Okay, Cheeky. I'm gonna give you an example so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Real quick, I swear, 10 seconds. In Chicago, with all that immigration shit, the people in the city was trying to get the Mayor Johnson up there to put on the voting ballot for the people to vote whether or not those immigrants would get all that money. And he said no. And guess what? He had the power to do it. He could have done it. He could have put that shit on the voting block to let the people vote on it. And he said no.
Okay.
Right. So that's what I mean. All these motherfuckers in Chicago who didn't want all their money going to the fucking immigrants, they didn't have a choice. And even when they slightly had a choice, and the mayor could have given them the voice, he took it.
Okay, so are you saying that he had his current term, right? He was going to be there, right?
You talking about the mayor? Yeah.
So the next time they're going to not vote for him, and he'll be out.
But he's the black Democrat.
He's the black Democrat.
He's checking off quarter boxes.
Regardless of him being the black Democrat, that doesn't, just because somebody's a black Democrat doesn't mean they're going to do everything you want them to do.
I don't know if you realize this, but you just undermined your argument about Democrats being in power for the rest of the time.
No, I did not. I did not. What I did was point out what the facts are saying, which is overall for the economy and the overall Democrats are better than Republicans.
Right.
Is that not the entire point of the show?
No, not necessarily. Because later
the
on,
Republican Party has shown it to be.
We can rewind the tape if you need to hear it, Cheeky. You said what you wanted was for Democrats, even if it required cheating, to put themselves in the positions to eliminate the Republican Party from positions of power for perpetuity.
Exactly. But my point is this. These things, that's what the other side is trying to do. They need to fight back.
Not disagreeing on that.
So my point is this. I can't accept that one side is trying to completely wipe out another and the other one isn't doing the same. The last thing that I want is for one side to actually, for the side that's already proven not to be better to succeed at that. I'd rather have the side that's already shown to be better based off of all the history and the stuff we just looked up to do that. What are you saying?
I understand that. What I'm telling you is that, but what you get with that is motherfucking Mayor Johnson in Chicago.
But that's not necessary. Whoa, you saying that you're picking mayor? You're picking that mayor. What if I pick Mum Dunny? Now what?
Right, but that's one state.
Okay, but you just picked one Chicago state. What are you saying?
I know, and what I'm saying is,
so what I'm saying is it's a 50-50 shot right now based off of what you just did.
Even if that's the case, what I'm saying is this, Cheeky, if it's gonna be a motherfucker that does that to me, I would rather he not be the black Democrat.
Or
that's my point.
Fine, regardless, if you'd rather that not be the case, okay, fine. Rather that not be the case. I'm looking at this objectively. Objectively speaking, if I'm going to get somebody who's not good, I'd much rather be in a better economic standpoint, even if it is a measly 100,000. I would rather something better than something worse. Why are you arguing me down with this? I don't understand that. Are you saying you want something worse?
No, because the $1,500.
If I said beans, hold on. If I said beans right now, I will give you $1,500 or $0. What would you take?
Right, I would take the $1,500. Now,
if I said beans, if I give you $1,500 or $93, what would you take?
Right, the $1,500. Now, answer my question: is the $1,500 worth all the LGBTQ shit? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so now this is where we have a difference of opinion at. This is where we This is where we have a difference of opinion at, and this is where the conversation ends. So drop yourself down.
No, like who cares? What does a gay nigga got? How does a gay nigga have anything to do with me?
Bro, it's because it's too much. It's not healthy.
Too much where? Too much where?
Everywhere.
Too much where?
Everywhere.
Where? When's the last time you see the gay panel? The gay panel? You be going to gay panels?
Yes, everywhere.
You be going to gay panels?
Yes, everywhere, nigga. Yes, absolutely.
Yo, that's if you look at the rainbows.
Cheeky, we can't be the country. We can't be the Christian country who promotes the Bible and at the same time promote everything that the Bible say don't.
I know you're not talking about Christian country when you don't even believe in the fucking Bible. I hate this man. There's no way you're doing all of this. All of these people that claim they hate, They're all atheists. They're all agnostic. They're all everything, but they want to say gayness is too much. And the Bible says so.
Cheeky, I still have an expectation. I get to have an expectation. That's crazy for you to suggest. So if I move right now to an Islamic state, and I want the benefits of being in that Islamic state, and then they start doing everything outside of the Islamic shit they supposed to do, I can't have a problem with that just because I'm not Islam?
No, you can't have a problem with it. Go be Islam and then have a problem.
Bro, that's crazy. You sound crazy.
That's not crazy. That's not crazy.
Yeah.
You know why? You don't know why? Because the same Republicans that's Christian also dress up in bimbo, big titty, and have wives and husbands. You know how many Republicans have been caught cross-dressing?
I'm not gonna argue with you right there.
Okay, so what?
I'm just saying.
Okay, so I don't understand what the big deal is. What is somebody being gay? What is somebody gay have to do with you?
This is what I'm trying to do. I take back that example, right? I take back that example, right? But I'm just saying all money ain't good money as a general statement. That's all I'm saying. But I take back the example of the LGBTQ shit. But all money ain't good money.
You know what? All money ain't good money to niggas who don't need money. Fuck it.
Who the fuck don't need money, bro?
Wow. You don't. Apparently you don't.
One more time.
Apparently you don't need no money. So go ahead, buddy. Go ahead, buddy. Let $1,000 fall out of a gay man pocket. You ain't picking that shit up. I will. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me. What do I care?
But Cheeky, guess what?
No.
I gotta give him the money. I gotta give him his money though. How the fuck is that benefiting me?
What? Oh no, hold on. Let's say you have a job. You got a gay boss. I guess you're not getting paid, huh?
This nigga ain't shit. I already conceded that I'm taking that example back, bro. You can't keep beating me over my head.
No, but no. You said all money ain't good money. And I'm trying to figure out. Okay, and I'm trying to figure out what money ain't good money.
Okay, how about this? Abortions.
What about them?
Oh, the 1,500 ain't worth the 25 million we didn't got rid of.
It is. It absolutely is. I am morally against abortions, but functionally for it. Because there's no way in the world I would recommend any black woman, especially being around you niggas, have a kid and then the dad not be around.
But that wouldn't have been the case if it wasn't for them funky ass Democrats.
It wouldn't be the case if they don't have a kid either, though.
Oh, come on, man! You putting the cart before the horse. Shout out to my man.
No. Well, no. The putting the cart before the horse is expecting niggas not to fuck with people that ain't their wives. Go marry her instead of fucking her. How about that?
No.
No.
Of course, no. That's the point. We was doing that before your Democratic buddies came through with the feminism shit.
Why y'all stop?
Because your Democratic buddies came through with the feminism shit.
What does Democrat have to do with you not fucking people that you're not married to?
Because the Democratic buddy came through with the feminism.
What does that have to do with you? Like, for example, perfect example, beans. You want to go fuck on something, but you choose not to. What does politics have to do with that?
It don't have nothing to do with it. But feminism has something to do with politics. You can't separate.
Okay, wait. So would you want no women to fuck you unless you married them? Is that what you want?
I would have been okay with that, but I don't think the majority of men would have lasted through that shit.
Okay. So now I need to figure out, do the majority of men want that? And we know that not to be the case. You can't complain about something you benefit from.
That's free to hear that. You can't keep ignoring my prompts though. My prompt is that feminism is literally a political ideology, and we're having a conversation about politics. So I'm telling you how that political ideology impacted black people.
What's wrong with feminism?
Because I'm telling you how it impacted black people.
What's wrong with feminism?
It turned women against men.
How did it turn women against men?
Unnecessarily, through the propaganda and ideologies.
What propaganda?
I don't need a man. Men ain't no good.
Why do you think feminism did? Wait.
All of the TV shows that started coming on after 1962.
And why did that affect them? Why? You don't think it was
what the fuck you mean? Because it's repetitive verbal and visual confirmations
of what of women being able to do things without men.
Absolutely.
And what's the problem with that?
And then don't add in the already bias coming from your own family members to some degree, telling you that to make sure you get educated and all this stuff and don't depend on no man. It was a lot going on, but then when you add in the external forces, including the political ideology and propaganda of feminism, that shit did us in. So that all I'm saying is this. That was some left-wing shit. If it would have been some right-wing shit, I'd be killing their ass for it. And that's my point about bringing up Brandon Johnson. It wasn't necessarily just because he was the black dude. My point was, again, like I was telling you, at some point, what you will see happen if we just keep having Democrats is the motherfuckers gonna start looking a whole lot like Republicans look today. They ain't gonna have a choice. They're gonna have it's a way that the political game, the judicial game, all that shit is set up. If you don't play the game the way it's set up, if you try to change it too much, they're gonna get you out of there. They're gonna have some woman say you did something to her, or they're gonna murder you. And we see the evidence of this shit. So that's why I'm saying if we let's pretend for 1 second that there was no real hindrance on black people economically, that we could start to participate and grow with each other on an economical standpoint. To your point, removing all of the sexual innuendo and all of that sexual tension and all that goofy shit, and we just start educating and building and doing some shit economically for each other without any interference from the power structures, the power that be, the dominant society in this country. I'm saying that in itself, I ain't saying it has to eliminate completely, but I am saying that in itself would minimize the need for a fucking vote. Do you realize that at the beginning of this country, most people in the country couldn't vote? Not just
and that's the problem.
Most motherfuckers couldn't vote.
Right, and that was the problem.
So in Beans, you remember I was telling you the story about what I went through in my business, right?
You talking about when you had that problem? No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, you said that. Yeah. It's no Republican in sight. Like this is, I don't know why we try to act like the Democrats are our savior. Like it's no Republicans in sight. And the Democrats are still limiting black.
Why do you keep saying savior? Which one is better economically?
For me, I think Republicans.
I didn't say for you.
Yeah, for most people, you gotta look at the evidence he showed, though. That's important.
What are we doing? We keep doing this thing where y'all keep making this shit personal to you and not just overall. Go look the shit up.
Is my mic on? Hello?
But nobody vote overall. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep talking about overall. People don't give a damn about overall. What's happening in your life? Like, and that's that's the whole.
Okay, so again, you're not listening. Which one is better, Democrat or Republican economically? That would include you. If it's good for the United States as a whole and everyone is prospering as a whole, which one is better?
And I'm saying for me, Republican.
Okay, perfectly fine. The stats don't.
For most people, that way, that's for most black people. I think is the question, not just for you.
He don't care about
most
he don't care about black people. He don't care about black people. You don't care about black people. You don't care about poor people.
Questions, though, man. Like come on. That's how we show our level of intelligence over the rest of the motherfuckers.
Okay, so Cheeky, this is all predicated off of what happened in Louisiana, right? Like your whole conversation, you're concerned about what happened with the voting rights in Louisiana.
No, this is predicated on just looking up who's better on the economy, and then looking up past the economy when we start looking at who is showing to be in the most recent years regressive. Who is that?
Okay, I thought you introduced that into the conversation at some point. My apologies.
I did at a point to just say, hey, look, I think it's shown statistically proven and economically proven Democrats are better than Republicans. Now that we've gotten that aspect down, because Republicans swear to God, Republicans are the best for the economy. That's not been proven. So we've moved past that point. Now we're going to the other point, which is who tends to be the most regressive?
Progressive or regressive?
Regressive, meaning taking away things, not adding.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Because I gotta go. I somewhat
go ahead.
Tied to the topic. I think you said something about cheating earlier, or lying, or you said cheating. Yeah. Were you saying the Democrats need to cheat more to level out the playing field, or they need to cheat more to the extent they win? Like they just go, both. They go even further than what the Republicans were willing to do.
Yes, both. I think they're behind on that, and they're not winning. So they're just losing. And these niggas keep winning. They keep cheating and winning. And I'm not mad at it because you know what? Tom Brady is Tom Brady. We can say whatever we want about him, but as long as he got 6 rings, What can I say besides he got fucking 6 rings?
But I think that's the part that I push back on. I think the Democrats have won. If we look back over the last 20 years, who do we see have had office more? We've seen 2 Obamas, 1 Trump. Then we seen a Biden, then a Trump. So they had literally 4 more years if we looking at winners and losers.
Either man, if you think that being elected is
right there though, it's
Who's
real
before
Obama right there. like, because if you go right before Obama, then you go to the Bush Jr. had 8, right? Like that's what we were saying earlier. It is a back and forth, right? It's a back and forth usually, and I absolutely, believe it or not, was the one who was arguing for that balance. Because I'm saying if you don't have it, what you gonna start seeing is motherfuckers. Right. Like I know you're not.
That's
cool
been your point.
Beans,
That's been your point the whole time, Beans. The whole time has been your point.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a
people,
different
I know
question,
people say they don't want a king, and my opinion is if you just promote one particular party or one particular position, then that's what you're gonna get. You're just gonna get that party turning into a king at some point. They won't have to be gracious in any kind of way. Because they know, oh, we got these positions, we good.
You know, Beans, that's what he want a king. He just want the king to agree with him.
I know. I'm making my position against what he wants.
Everything's frozen. I can't.
But you see how he's still acknowledging that he understands what I'm saying. Like that's what we have to do. Is just even though we disagree, we still have to acknowledge what's being said so that the other person knows that we're not being disingenuous. You know. Right. Because what he's saying, it's not like what he's saying don't make sense. It's other people who apparently, because he want to sit here and pretend like he ain't got no PhD. It's other people smarter than him who are saying the same thing, right? Like it's other people that's saying the same thing, that Democrats need to start playing a little bit more dirty, need to start getting their hands dirty, right? And stop playing so fair, stop trying to be, you know, the they go low, we go high ass party, right?
Yeah,
so he's not going to.
I've heard the same thing on the opposite side though, especially with these last 2 political elections with the Bidens, the Hillarys and the Trumps. Literally, they've been complaining that the right doesn't get dirty enough. They don't do these weird identity politics the same way. They don't incite everyone's emotions the same way. I've heard that on the other side too. I mean, and granted, it's probably I've heard it on the Democratic side. I've heard it on the Post. I don't know. So it's like I don't know what truth there is to those statements. If you're both true or you're both full of shit.
I'm just y'all don't think Jasmine Crockett get dirty is crazy. If y'all don't think this last shutout, government shutout from the Democratic Party wasn't dirty, y'all are crazy.
They
literally
dirty.
That wasn't dirty.
The Democratic Party literally in California have been paying people for votes.
No, they haven't. Where you getting this
really?
from?
Okay.
Do you pay homeless people to vote?
Yeah, well, that shit.
They've been having people sign petitions for certain ordinances to get passed. They're like, this is a. I'm telling you.
Let me ask you this, Omni. If they didn't do that, do you think California would somehow vote red?
No.
So that's my point. Like, it doesn't. The point you made, yes, it may be true, but does it really matter?
No, I'm saying that there's actually contention there because there is a schism in California to the point where people wanted the states to be the state as a whole to be broken up. North versus South.
Well, I'm just asking you in terms of California as a whole, because they have a lot of electoral power. Even if they didn't do that, do you think the state itself would lean left or right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's kind of hard to judge because typically when we talk about California, we only look at Southern California typically. When Northern California, that doesn't get talked about that much, actually has a difference, has different politics.
What do they have different population densities as well?
No, they're more sporadic. They're more sporadic.
Yes, they have different.
It's more dense. It's more dense in Southern California.
People up there. They trying to say it in a smart way.
Is it more people in the Southern California, which gets mostly talked about, or is there more people in the Northern California that doesn't get as talked about?
More in the Southern.
Okay, so even if they would still supersede because they have population density, so that's more reason to accept that that's what California would represent.
Yeah, which is why they want to separate from Cali. But yeah, I see your point.
I I mean, like I'm always worried about the outcome.
No,
things can be true, but ultimately, what's the true outcomes that we're looking to get out of this? And if we're looking to get California to be red, I think that's a far-fetched.
That shit ain't happening. That's like asking Texas to be blue. Like, just leave the shit alone. Just take your beating like a man, and then just move on, bro. Like, goddamn.
And it don't matter no way because Hillary won California and still lost.
Yeah, they always win California, and Reds will always win Texas.
So it's like, yeah, most of this stuff is electoral anyway. So even if they win California, that don't mean much. You got to win other states as well, swing states and other key states. So again, my point is this: the Democratic Party needs to start playing that evenly. They need to stop doing we go high, they go low. They got to stop doing that. They got to start cheating and stop taking votes on gerrymandering when these Republicans that gerrymander don't vote at all. They just do the shit and be like, yep, that's it. There needs to be a level of accountability. Like, Donald Trump should be in jail for January 6th. He should. And everybody associated with him in that party should be investigated. The same thing they were trying to do for Joe Biden, they should do for them, right? If you think there's corruption with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, and they've investigated and they couldn't find nothing, the same thing needs to happen for everybody involved. Cash Patel need to be gone. Christy Nome need to be gone. She was gone, but she need to be in jail gone.
Oh no, they found it. It's just that he pardoned his entire family.
You think that Donald Trump was not investigated for January 6th before he was in office?
He wasn't. It stopped. They started the investigation late. But they started the investigation late. But based off the investigation, he was most definitely guilty based off of what Jack Smith and Merrick Garland was saying and everything else. Everyone knew, including Mike Pence. It's bad when your own party is telling you he knew that he lost the election and that wasn't insurrection. So there's no argument.
They had a whole 4 years. See, I just want to be clear. Go ahead.
Just because that, like you saying, just because they had a whole 4 years and they didn't maximize, I'm not disagreeing with you there. They started late. Merrick Garland started late, and because of that, Donald Trump was allowed to get away with it. Absolutely, no one disagreed.
I believe Donald Trump. When Donald Trump said that they came to him and said, if you run for president again, we're going to press those charges and we're going to drag you. I believe what they said because that's it. All of the evidence proved that the reason that they started, quote unquote, charging him or trying to stop him and doing all of these felonies is because he was running for president again.
What? What are you saying?
I am telling you, the investigation started late because he decided that he was going to run for president again.
I don't care if it started late or not. The nigga was guilty. That's my point.
It's not guilty. If you sound like them white folks talking about you're guilty, you ain't never been to court, you haven't been trial. What happens? See, in Cheeky eyes, you are guilty into proven innocent. He was not guilty.
That's not what. Wait a minute, hold on. That's not at all what I said. What I said is the evidence is pointing to him being guilty. Everybody associated with the investigation was pointed to be guilty. Matter of fact, when Cash Patel got in office, he fired everybody who was a part of the investigation when they were just doing their job. We don't need to. Let's not do this because we can get the Epstein and other stuff too. All right, what are we doing?
So hold on real quick because I don't want to forget this. I'm sorry, Edie, man. I promise, I swear to you, I'm not even being facetious. I apologize for interjecting this, but my memory ain't as good as it used to be, and I keep forgetting this. Cheeky, what exactly were you claiming that the towelhead did in New York?
What?
Talking about Mondani.
What about him?
What exactly were you claiming that he did? Because I want to look it up.
He just balanced the budget. They was in a couple $1 billion budget deficit in New York.
Say that I haven't seen anything that verifies that the budget in New York is actually balanced.
Okay. All right.
Beans, look it up.
Yeah, I'm about to balance. So that's what it was. I don't know how to spell his name, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, once you start spelling Mondani. Start spelling Mondani, you'll be fine.
His name Mondani.
That's fucked up.
Mandane.
You could just say NYC mayor.
Well, you do not choose the deficit you inherit. You do choose how you respond to it.
Here we go.
In the month that followed, we took aggressive steps to tackle the deficit and drove it down to $5.4 billion. Today, after 3 more months of painstaking work, I am proud to announce that we have closed the gap entirely, down to 0. It has not been easy, but we have balanced the budget, and we have done so without placing the burden on the backs of working New Yorkers. This budget does not raise property taxes, and it refuses to slash services. We are often told that to govern responsibly, we must scale back our ambitions, to provide little and then ask those we serve to expect even less.
You know he reading, right?
We disagree.
It don't matter.
Is what responsible government looks like. When we took office, the
All right, so that's the official statement coming from Mamdani at 7 ABC 7 NY. So you can look up more if you want to. If you say you heard that but you hadn't seen it, fine, do the research. I'm just going based off of what I've already read.
It says that his budget is 124 billion ish, and he said that he can balance it by 2027.
Yeah, so this like he's announcing that on paper. So on paper, he's balanced the budget, but in order for it to be enacted, because there's several things that still are projected, like the primary source of the new revenue is the PDR tax on luxury second homes for non-New York residents. I can tell you that there's going to be a massive sell-off, and they're going to move out of New York.
Well, you're making an assumption on that as well. Like, but the point.
Okay, so someone decides all of a sudden to hit you with a new tax. Let's do it this way. Someone says that, okay, I'm gonna just run your pockets day in and day out over the next year. Are you gonna stand there, get your pockets ran, or are you gonna move?
Am I a billionaire?
Yeah.
Okay,
essentially, it's targeting.
I'm okay.
No.
Yeah. I don't think you understand how, because they said the same thing about Californians. Oh, California's gonna leave California because them niggas are still rich up there.
They left.
They left.
You saying
that's why the oil? That's why the gas prices are so high.
You're saying
big oil moved out of Cali. They have to import oil.
So you're telling me that there are no millionaires or billionaires in California?
There are
That's
some.
not what we saying. We said it was a.
Can't say no.
So okay, so that's my point. There's still people there, and they said everybody's going to leave. It's going to be a mass exodus of people from California.
Well, we know that's hyperbolic, but
exactly, that's my point, Beans. But guess what? When you're spouting the same thing they're spouting, shout out to Omni Man and Eater Man. Both of them are quote unquote men, quote another man. So guess what? I'm gonna stick with other.
No, we did not say every seat. That's crazy. We didn't say every.
You said they're going to leave. What
I didn't say nothing.
If you say
I ain't say nothing, you just dropped my name out there.
Then stop.
You said my name though.
You cheerleaded.
Citadel already said that they're going to leave if this happens.
Okay, fine. So how many people?
Other interests said that they were already going to leave if this happens.
All right.
We saw this with Starbucks in Virginia. We saw this with Starbucks in Virginia. They started to unionize. We said we're going to go someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
Beans, you see what I'm saying?
No, what happened?
He's just saying something. Of course, someone going to leave. Just that's why you like Kemp and I like.
Did I say all?
Disrespectful.
did I at any point in time did I say all billionaires?
Did I say all would stay? You asked me a question. You said, I said, you said, would you leave? And I said, am I a billionaire? You said yes, and I said I wouldn't leave. Now what?
So you personally, as a billionaire,
you asked me personally.
Okay.
You see, hold on, Beans.
I think you want to
am
fight.
I lost?
You want to fight? Cheeky want to fight.
Cheeky just want to fight.
I don't want to fight nothing. No. I don't want to fight. Y'all keep doing this thing where y'all think y'all slick with the shit y'all do, and y'all not slick.
What I'm saying, but can we acknowledge that he lied? Because we got away from it. His budget is not balanced.
Okay,
it's projected to be balanced.
Budget balance without property tax. What does that mean?
He's lying. It's a lie. I'm telling you.
What he's basically saying is that he found a way to pay off the things that needed to be paid off
in the future.
Taxes and shit like that.
Right, but also Beans. Didn't Brandon Johnson in Chicago also say that he wasn't going to raise property taxes, and what ended up happening?
Did he say he balanced the budget?
He said he was going to.
He said
did he say he did it?
Property taxes like a motherfucker too. But that's because he's a dick sucking ass bitch nigga. This dude is a little bit different. He's a towelhead terrorist, but that don't mean he's a liar. That does not mean he's a liar.
But Beans, we looking at it. It says that they have $125 billion that they believe is forecast to be balanced in 2027. Ain't it still 2026?
But that's not what that means though. Right. So what he's saying is this. He's saying that they got a deficit, right? After you have your budget, right? And they saying, cool, this is how much we got to spend. And then a percentage of that spending is overspending, right? So it puts you in the negative. What he's saying basically is we was overspending by like 13 billion, but I found a way to get that 13 billion, and I ain't gonna have to fuck with y'all property taxes or none of this other shit.
But that's the point. He said, if I get this other 5 billion.
Well, they said that the governor of the state of Albany, I think was the one who, or the city, whatever the fuck it is, was the one who said he got some kind of way where he funneling some money to him, right? He found a way to get some money funneled to him. It is what it is. I don't know what the fuck he's doing yet, but we'll see. But to Omni's point, I'm saying this. I don't want to say he's a liar, but if you make me bet money on it, you damn right he gonna raise property taxes. I don't believe shit these motherfuckers say. That's the point. What I've been trying to get Cheeky to realize. All these motherfuckers is lying ass pieces of shit. They're gonna say what they say, but when they get into them positions, they gotta play the game, nigga, or your wife might die in a car accident. Like that's just how it goes.
Either way it goes, he balanced the budget, right? He did the numbers. He found a way to do it without raising property taxes. He balanced the budget. That's all part of it. Look up what balancing the budget is.
Yes, you can make that claim. Yep.
Yes. And that's what I did claim. I made the claim. That is exactly what I said. Hey, I'm done. He balanced the budget.
I'm saying yes.
All right. So, all right. And so these two, again, both the men's is doing what the men's do. Now, let's get back to this feminism.
This motherfucker lying, though, Cheeky. Listen, I'm agreeing with you that he balanced it on papers, but this nigga lying.
That's who he didn't lie. He balanced the budget without property tax hike.
He is lying.
How? If he balanced it according to how you balance a budget, how did he?
How much did Albany contribute to this? Because
I think it was 1 point some million.
Only
billion,
in the
not million, billion.
Oh, okay, so yeah, see there it goes. He started doing shit like that. Couple of little places, bro. For them to get to 12 billion, it probably won't be that hard, you know. But it's that other shit that he said he was gonna do, Cheeky. I think ain't he the one who said he wanted to do free bus service?
I think he said making them faster. I don't know about free.
It was some shit he was talking about on the free side of the game for everybody.
He definitely said free. Don't let him gaslight. He said
I don't know every bus service. I know he was talking about a whole bunch of free shit.
He said you gonna be able to hop on this bus for free, and this sounded good. He said a whole bunch of stuff when he was running. They always change their tune after they become in power.
The main thing he don't want to touch is the programs for the immigrants because he's trying to preserve that. But that's the same thing that got Brandon Johnson caught up because he's giving all the free shit to the immigrants when he promised it to black people in Chicago.
Piece of shit, bitch ass nigga.
That's what I'm saying.
I hope that nigga I hope he be standing too close to the curb and the bus run over his fucking foot. I can't stand that whole ass nigga, bro.
I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying. He also said he was going to do the free childcare. I think that's already going. He did the pothole shit. It looked like people are happy over there. But my point was, I don't know why we brought him up, Donnie. I do now. It was Beans was saying, what about Chicago mayor? I'm like, okay, what about this mayor? People like him, he seemed to be doing stuff.
Oh, he did say that, Cheeky. Free city buses.
Okay.
He was pushing for eliminating fares on NYC buses citywide. Now,
let's see.
I don't understand how that necessarily works though, right? Because This what's confusing me about that, and probably Edie Man probably know about more than this than I know he knows more than I do. But if it's the city's transit service, does somebody actually own it, or is it owned by the city?
It's owned by the government.
Yeah, like, but what they do is they do like subcontractors typically. We see that a lot with that. Like you have a Metro could be a subcontract to the government. So the government say, I need you to fulfill X, Y, Z, and they have a budget that they send you to kind of manage it. But I don't know exactly how New York is ran.
So, because that's my thing. Like, I wonder if the fares are what actually pays for the service, or if that's some shit going to somebody's pocket. Because if the fares is just going into people's pockets, then it's probably not that hard to get this done what he's proposing.
No, it's like USPS, right? USPS technically charges us, but they never make enough money to break even. So it's like you almost like pay. Say if it costs you $100 for all expenses, we pay $80, and the government might subsidize the other $20. Does that kind of make sense?
Mm-hmm. From USPS, it don't, because I ain't never paid them bitches $1.
No, I'm talking about like the post office. Like, say if I want to send a package, if you look at all the money that comes,
definitely using it. I thought you were just talking about how they maintain in service, period.
Yeah, so like every time a package is sent, say if I want to send you a package, I'm gonna go in, buy a stamp, I'm gonna pay. The amount of revenue that comes in is not enough for them to be even, like to have a zero balance.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not true.
So most of the money is going back to the program, but the government says, hey, instead of us paying 100% of the cost, we only gonna pay 20% of the cost because the people gonna pay to send their packages, different things like that.
So what you got right here is you got the drivers of the wait. He said the buses, so that don't include the trains. Oh yeah.
So
he better get this shit done, Cheeky. I might have to pull up on him.
So basically, what it sounds like he's saying instead of New Yorkers paying 60% and the city's paying 40%, we're gonna increase these taxes on the rich people, and we're gonna use all of the tax money and pay 100% to make this into a free program. That's what it sounds like he was saying.
This nigga about to turn New York into the apocalypse, dog.
Facts.
I can't wait to see it. Burn, New York, burn.
It's about to be Gotham City for real, huh?
Right. That's what I want to see. Gotham City for the ghetto. Looking ass nigga. Cheeky, I hope you don't think I'm scared of this nigga because he Taliban. Nigga don't scare me. I'll pull up on his ass.
I hope that nobody is watching this stream that can do something to you. I hope you're safe and ready.
Listen, I should be safe. You would think I'd be safe in the middle of the goddamn country, but shit, there's so many motherfuckers.
Nah, that's the worst.
Here, nigga. This shit look crazy.
That's where they hide all their terrorists right there in the middle of the country where nobody look at.
Type
shit.
shit.
There was just a China agent mayor in California. She's working for the China government. She's a double agent for the China government. She became a mayor in Cali.
This is shit I be talking about right there, Cheeky. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't understand how you could trust this process at all. These motherfuckers, the same people who they claim are our enemies overseas, they flood the country with these motherfuckers. And then we act like ain't nobody never gonna do nothing to America. No, they ain't gonna have to because they can do it from right here. All the Arabs here, all the Chinese here, all the Somalians here, all the motherfuckers who we got, Russians here. Like all the motherfuckers is here.
You don't understand. See, Beans, that $1,500 was worth them being here. That's the point you missing.
Oh shit! Fight back, Cheeky. Fight back.
There's nothing to fight back because all of the statistics prove that he don't get no money from being a Republican. So the onus is not on me to prove anything anymore. I've done that part. It's easy to be a loser when all you do is lose. Go prove something.
Oh no, man, that motherfucker. Listen, that motherfucker Biden, bro. I would have turned that job down, bro. I wouldn't want to be the motherfucking president who flooded the country with immigrants. And like they don't even talk about it like it just happened or it was something going on. No, they pulled direct quotes of him saying shit like we want to let the immigrants into the country. Right? So they're literally saying he did it. That's the speech. There's no, it wasn't a crackdown at the border and nothing like this. Like, you did this? You're the reason why people are making less money?
That's the issue. Immigrants actually help the economy, y'all. Overwhelmingly.
They don't help the economy, they help businesses.
Okay, what do you think the economy is?
No, the economy is me. The economy is the fact that I can't.
Okay, look, all right, you're right. Yeah,
like the economy is Cheeky. For a few years before I moved back to Kentucky, bro, all the warehouses was offering $18, $19, $20 an hour. All them bitches is now talking about 15, 17.
And you're saying that the immigrants stopped that from happening?
No, I'm saying they caused it. They oversaturated the market. They don't have to pay you 18, 19, 20 now. Now they could lowball. Now they don't even have to hire you because they can go get these motherfuckers. And they know they're gonna do it well. I just reacted to this video, Cheeky, of this dude working on the what do they call the not the forklift, but the one that you push around by hand. Yo, this motherfucker. Not the dolly, but the one that you pick the shit up on the pallet and you lift it up, you move the handlebars up and down, you lift it up real quick.
Oh, the jack.
Yeah, the pallet jack. There you go. Thank you.
The pallet jack, yeah.
This motherfucker was riding that bitch. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, he was killing that shit too. I'm like, man, look at this puss ass immigrant, bro. He in there knocking this shit the fuck out for $15 an hour, nigga. This shit is lovely to him. He get to ride on pallets and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then he going home to 9 other motherfuckers that's also making $15 an hour. So they living it up. Meanwhile, in the black community, everybody wants you to have your own house, your own car, your own insurance, your own Bentley, your own plane. That $15 ain't going as far for you. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes it problematic, bro.
What that got to do? What does that have to do with anything? I don't get it.
Because we shouldn't have to live together because these rich motherfuckers don't want to pay nobody. And they would pay us if the motherfucking immigrants wasn't here.
They would. I don't know why you think that.
Who the fuck? What was they gonna do?
Them niggas not here now. What's happening?
Who ain't here now?
They are here. What?
Oh no! Based off of what Donald Trump, he said there was no new immigrants here. And he got all of them gone. That's his word.
Yeah, no new. And that nigga ain't get rid of none but about 60,000 motherfuckers.
That's not what he said.
He's lying.
He said.
Oh, we got the real numbers. We did the research.
I wasn't sure.
No, that motherfucker's lying. Now they did say it ain't been no new. It ain't no new flooding. Ain't no new immigrant. Like they have said that, but as far as him getting rid of motherfuckers, Cheeky, it ain't even been more than 300,000 at this point.
Oh no, they saying they got them all out. No immigrants, zero. Yeah, they got them all out. That's what he said.
The motherfuckers are still here. When I went to the DMV to get my license, the security girl, Cheeky, you can't make this shit up. The security girl was a girl. This bitch 4'11". I'm not joking. I'm dead ass serious. 4'11", weigh about 97 pounds, soaking wet. What the fuck she gonna do, G? But guess what? She did a job for $11. That's the shit I'm talking about. Well, they could have gave that job to me. Now, granted, I wasn't gonna do shit either.
You wasn't gonna do that job. See, that's the thing.
I would have did that job. You crazy?
Immigrants ain't taking no job. Niggas don't want.
Cheeky. Sitting at your own desk at the front entrance of the DMV. Why wouldn't I do that? And I get to sit on my phone, and the most I got to do sometimes is walk motherfuckers around the corner to show them how to get into a specific office, shit like that.
So you
maybe
apply
go
for
tell a motherfucker to sit down, be quiet, shit like that.
you know.
So you apply for it?
Hell no.
Okay, and you know she's not a citizen.
Cheeky. That motherfucker.
I'm just asking.
The entire
I didn't. I just asked you.
Yes, I know she's not a citizen because she wore the entire garb. And when we talked, because I tried to flirt with her, and when we talked, she told me about how she got a brother and how she be sending money back home and all that other shit. And that would be
right, so that means she's not a. So that means she's not a citizen.
Yes, that's what that means.
Oh, okay.
So wait.
You are a Republican.
No, because you talking about citizen on paper. Get that bullshit out of here. That shit don't count.
I don't know.
She not
she
from
could be
here.
a naturalized one. She could be a naturalized one.
She wasn't born here. She's not a citizen.
Oh, see, that don't mean nothing.
But it should.
You really are a Republican. Way to go, you bud.
It's just true, Cheeky. Come on, man.
All right. It's just you are a Republican. That's Davey saying the same.
Welcome to the conclave of conservative douchebags.
It's just true. And then none of them ever do any of the shit I just beans. How many? You're the only other person that brought something up, and I'm willing to keep it up just to prove the point. What did they produce?
Who?
The Republicans on this panel.
Oh, nothing. From what I'm
they never do. They never fucking do. That's my point. So we know she's not a civilian or a citizen.
Come on, Cheeky.
She got a guard
around her head. Okay.
Yeah, I know a girl wear a thing around her head, and she is a citizen.
No, citizen means you're from here. It's like the video I reacted to.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
She said, why Dominicans? She said, well, let me tell you why Dominicans be saying, I know black, right? And when she broke it down, I can't remember exactly what she was saying, but the truth of the matter is, I don't see you motherfuckers as black anyway. You don't got to tell me you're not black. I know you're not black. You not from here. You wasn't born here. Your people weren't from here from before 1619. You not black. So that's the same way I'm saying, like, these citizens, bro, like that neutralized or naturalized citizen. So you come from somewhere else and somehow you get to become a citizen. That don't even make sense to me. It should be another word. Oh, it is. My bad. It's called immigrant.
Right.
And get the fuck out. Go to your country where you from and make it. Because that's what they tell us black people to do here. Oh, you black people so lazy. Why you not do better? You in America already, nigga. Didn't do that.
She told you all that. Damn.
No. She didn't tell me all that. But motherfucking foreigners absolutely say that shit a fucking lot. Soon as they get mad at you, that's the shit that come out. You black people don't do nothing. You're lazy. You don't get nothing done. You right here in America. You have access to everything, nigga, except your privileges. Eat my ass.
There you go. Well, tell them that. That's your First Amendment right, Republican.
So why you want them here? I don't understand. This nigga Cheeky is an immigrant.
I didn't say I wanted him here. I just said, how do you know she's not a citizen?
Because she wear that thing on her head.
Stupid.
See how it goes full circle?
The moment you want to take him serious.
Hey,
I already knew it.
Listen,
I already knew what he was saying.
If she was wearing a bonnet, then I probably would have assumed she was a citizen. But she's not. She wearing on her head. And so, goddamn it, I'm saying, go back to Somalia with that bullshit. Even though I did try to flirt with her. But she told me I would have to send money to her peoples back home. I'm not doing that. That's another reason why I know you ain't a citizen. You still sending money back home? That motherfucker said she worked 3 jobs. She got a daytime job, a nighttime job, and a weekend job.
That's what I'm saying. It's so outrageous. Our economy is actually supporting other people's GDP.
Type shit.
Other countries' whole GDP runs off of. I say it all the time. The number one. People say that we don't have any exports. Yes, we do. It's called USD. They at the MoneyGram. They at the Western Union. They at the Walmart spots. Always sending money out the country.
Yeah, they definitely doing that shit. Punk ass niggas.
Wouldn't that be on the slower end? Most immigrants aren't doing that. And most of the population aren't immigrants.
Most of I don't know if it's most of the immigrants, but it's enough of them because that line at Walmart be long than a mug.
Where are we getting this? So you're saying that
They took over Walmart.
There's enough of them to support another country's GDP.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But no, you wildin'.
Cheeky, you don't understand. Listen,
y'all don't understand. Y'all keep making these people trillionaires. I'll be
I stay literally on the border of Kentucky and Indiana, right? So I used to go on the Indiana side when I wanted to go shopping and shit to avoid the motherfucking immigrants. That shit don't even matter no more. They over there too. You would have to be here to understand how big that is. That they on that side too. Can't even go to Walmart. It's every aisle got a hollering ass Venezuelan ass Hispanic kid in it. And they holler in Spanish too. Ay, Conceding, Taco Bell Grande. Like that shit is so fucking irritating. I'll be like, holler your ass on the raft back to Mexico. Like, I'm just sorry, bro. I never used to care about these motherfuckers. But now that I understand how they impact the economy, yeah, it's fuck them, man. The trade,
that's the name of the word, remittances. That's what it's called when they send money back home. Hold on.
Yeah, I looked that up too. Guess what?
Yeah.
I looked that up for you too. Guess what, Omni? 110 billion a year.
Yeah.
110 billion a year. Nigga, that's more than housing. That's more than housing. And goddamn it,
that's why they work like that on the job, because you know what I'm saying, my nation is on the line. Like it's not, you know how we got phrases like he's rapping like rents do. Nigga, I'm rapping to support the economy in another country.
Right.
I'm working. I'm on the forklift to support my nation's economy, nigga. What you mean?
And look at the main places: India, crackers; El Salvador, Hispanic crackers; Guatemalan, poor ass crackers; Honduras, sexy ass crackers; Dominican, stripping ass crackers; Philippines, Asian ass crackers; Nigeria, black ass crackers; Haiti, cracker ass crackers. Like this shit crazy, bro. So 3.3% of the U.S. GDP goes to remittance.
That's why it don't make no sense when these politicians don't come through for black people, because it's like, nigga, we supporting whole other economies.
No, matter of fact, no, fuck that. We supporting this one. All we do is spend. All we do is spend, no matter what. That's all the fuck we do.
Not right now, we don't.
Shit. All right. Well, no, you know what? You might be right. Because I did hear somebody say gym shoes, and no, they were talking about retail specifically, but they used the gym shoes and shit as an example of was on a I don't know if it's all-time low. But that's the point, Cheeky. Motherfuckers can't spend money like they used to if they got to share the money with all these goddamn immigrants.
That is not why we can't spend the money like we used to. So let's stop.
Hey, somebody find out Cheeky's location so I can pull up on him. Because this is just wrong.
My location is the United States. I'm not defending them. My point is, we're not finna make immigrants the biggest problem in the world, especially if they're paying taxes for those who don't pay. Right?
They're the biggest economical threat to black people. That's a fact.
Man, okay. Well, if you say they're the biggest economical threat, and who was it? How they the biggest economical threat? Can you explain that one?
Because of the fact that a lot of black people, particularly black men, work in the very industries that these immigrants are going into. And because they're going to work cheaper, harder, longer, all that other shit, for, you know what I'm saying, for less money, it makes it difficult. Like I said, the same job. I bet you any kind of money, if I look it up right now, the last job I had, I bet you they not paying the same amount they was paying me when I was there. And that was 2022. And I bet you they not paying the same amount. Right? I made more on an hourly as a part-time employee than the full-timers did. I would be willing to bet money they don't even have a part-time position no more. Because they can get the motherfucking immigrants in there paying them less on a full-time, and they gonna work and stay as long as the motherfuckers want them to stay.
Okay, those same people, look, immigrants are doing jobs nobody else want to do. I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all, that's a lie when they say that, bro. That's not
all right. Most they pay me $30 an hour. I'll pick strawberries.
No, see, that's some California shit. We talking about all around the world. I mean, all around the country.
No, I seen it. I would pick strawberries for $30 an hour.
I understand it, but I'm saying that's some California shit. I'm talking about what about in Chicago? What about in Kentucky? What about Indiana? What about in these places where those jobs is warehouse factory ass jobs?
Go shovel snow.
Hey, Cheeky, do me a favor, bro.
No, because according to the Democrats, I can't get an ID because I'm black.
Because I'm coming for you.
Who? No Democrats said that dumb shit.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
Wait, what are you the Democrats up?
He's saying that the Democrats said you couldn't get any voter ID because they're black.
Yeah, that's their whole argument against voter ID.
No, that's
their whole argument.
That's not their argument. No, because see, again, you don't present the argument fair. Is that most black people don't have the documentation that most Republicans were trying to require. They were saying passports and some other shit. Most people don't have
certificate,
and most people don't have the original birth certificate because that's what they were requiring. So again, you got to see this. This is the shit Republicans do.
If you don't have your birth certificate,
original birth certificate,
I got mine right now. I can pull it up on screen if
Beans,
it didn't have all my shit.
My mama got mine. I don't keep anything. My mama got mine. So if you, but I would argue,
keep it in that bin in the back of the closet.
Why
would you? Right there.
Yeah,
I would argue for a lot of people.
Why would you need a birth
certificate?
Original. I don't understand why you would need a birth certificate when you got the state ID. Why not use that?
I agree. It should be a state ID, but it should be the type. It should be the type of ID like in Cali and New York, I believe, where it says that you are a citizen of the country. I don't know why that's not every state.
Wait, this is dumb as hell. So you trying to tell me the immigrants get the non-citizens? I'm sorry, not just immigrants, but non-citizens get the same IDs we get?
Yes. And that's why they want the birth, and that's the only reason why they want the birth certificate. Otherwise, they would be you know what I'm saying, we would do it by the state ID.
The current system that we have is exceptional. There's no need for any additional anything. When most people that are voting and the amount of voter fraud is low, less than 1%. So they like making additional shit.
That's the amount of voter fraud that it's just like when they say black people commit the most crime. We're talking about crime that's actually that actually got caught because the number one objective of crime is to get away with it. So the voter fraud that we can account for so far.
Voter fraud in America and voting elections is the lowest it's ever been, and it's also super proficient. Why are we acting as if there's a whole bunch of people illegally voting? That's not the case.
Okay, you're right, and there isn't a whole bunch of people illegally coming into the country every day.
I'm gonna say this real quick as an interjection, Cheeky. They shouldn't be able to get the same IDs as us, though.
I don't care if they get the same ID or not, but they can't vote, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, but
wait, hold on. What do you again? He's just making claims. What?
No, I'm looking up shit as we talk. It's me, Cheeky. I'm not.
Oh, that's fine, but he needs to. I'm tired. No. I'm tired of people making claims, and now no support of it. Omni, please send something.
I just sent the thing about Somalia in the background. What you want?
You talking about voter fraud? Who care about the Somalia?
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me look.
Yeah, that shit definitely is not as much as they try to make it like it is. I don't think.
Yeah, they make it seem like they OD lying about that shit. Like the
it
system
doesn't
we
have
have
the
now
impact
doesn't
that
do a
they
good
try.
job.
Yes. But they should not be able to. Like, you're not a citizen. You should not have the same state ID or same driver's license as me. Like, that don't even make sense.
Yeah, figure out what the voter fraud is, because Republicans love to make it seem like that's just a normal thing that happens every time the voting happens. They stole the election. Yeah, come on, bro. Stop the voter fraud bullshit.
That's why Uncle T was pissing me off. I'm like, you swear Biden them stole the election, so did Trump them steal it? No. I'm like, you see, that's what I mean.
What? How would that make any sense?
Because my argument is, if you, again, it's about control. If you think that a motherfucker has a way to control the elections, why do you think they would ever stop? Why would they only do it for one? That don't make no sense at all. You just keep doing it. You just keep putting in whatever the fuck you want in. Like, that shit's crazy as hell, bro. To your point, is when people pick a political ideology, when they pick a side and they feel like they just got to stand on that side no matter what, no matter how goofy.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I'm not willing to do that. Like, if something's wrong, then I'll say, yeah, that's wrong. That should not have happened. You cannot find that on the other way.
Yeah, but you gotta let go of that $1,500, bro. That shit ain't none. As a matter of fact, all you doing is getting back.
Y'all, look.
The taxes
nobody. No, I don't care about the 1,500. That was never my point. My point is, who's better economically for the United States of America in office? Who is it?
But here's the thing, though. You see, you're saying,
why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
You're saying for the country now.
Do I need to go back to my stream?
No, I think you were saying it for the end too, but I think I myself might have been responding for black people.
And you were, because I specified it then too. I said, look, this is the people that are better for the country, and they're also better for black people.
Right. The data that you showed was about black people, and I think that's what I was responding to. If you're saying for the country, as much as I think them niggas need to be taxed, that's what I'm saying. Like, they gotta have their way sometimes too, Cheeky, or else they won't do the things necessary to further said economy. And I'm talking about the well-to-do.
Because there'll be no threat of them losing their position.
I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm talking about like the well-to-do and the wealthy people. Just say with let's just go with Jeff Bezos, right? So if Jeff Bezos doesn't get some sort of tax benefit, write off this or that, some whatever little shit that they do for him on the back end side, then he might not be as willing to do some of the other shit that does benefit or trickle down to the common man. So everybody kind of needs their backs scratched. If you're telling me that we have gained $1,500 for 4 years, and then for another 4 years we lose 97, I'd rather keep losing that 97 than to have it where I'd rather keep losing that 97 under the Republicans than to have it to where now this other demographic who seem like when they're in power, it benefits me very well. Now all of a sudden I'm losing under them too. Because if the other motherfuckers ever get back in power, shit, they won't have no reason to look out for a motherfucker. Because they're going to be like, shit, you accept the L's under them motherfuckers, I know you can accept them under us.
Yeah, what you saying don't make sense.
Ain't that a bitch? You ain't never said that to me in the history of YouTube.
Yeah, that don't make sense to me.
You
just told me. I'm not. You just told me you'd rather lose because the other group will say, well, you accepted losing with them, so you're going to accept losing with me?
No, what I'm saying is I would rather lose. Okay, for example, the police be out here beating motherfuckers up, Cheeky. If I know the police going to beat people up, I would rather the police that's kicking my ass be a white man and not a black man.
What?
That's just what
I'm saying. That don't make sense. Why do you
I just don't want my ass beat. So you would rather live out that scene in Boys in the Hood.
Don't be an asshole.
My gums is black.
But don't be an asshole though, right? What if you don't have a choice? What if you have to accept that you're gonna get your ass beat by the police? Would you rather look up and see a motherfucker who look like your father or your brother or your cousin? Or would you rather be this motherfucker, this outsider who you like, okay, I understand why this motherfucker got this kind of animosity.
Wait, right? Or you if if you say there are 20, we'll call them Johnsons. Oh, never mind. I changed it. There are 20 braids. There are 20 braids. There are 20 braids. There are 20 braids. And you can run into a braid 3 times is more likely versus 1 time. Which one would you pick? 3 times or 1 time is more likely?
Yeah, but you changing the scenario. This is what I'm saying. Y'all have to follow my premise. Don't change my premise.
No, because I don't accept your premise.
But you should. That's how you have.
I don't accept your premise. I don't accept your premise that these people are family. That's the issue. You keep thinking that I am thinking that these people
not
are.
That part. Not that part, Cheeky.
Whoa.
I'm saying accept the premise that you have to get your ass beat by the police.
Okay, and I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So you telling me
now accept the premise. Now accept the premise that the likely chance of it happening is lower versus higher.
Okay, but we ain't moved through my premise yet.
Which is what? Would you rather be beat? Would you rather be beat by your family member?
No, what I'm saying is, are you really trying to tell me that you wouldn't prefer for it to be a white motherfucker than a black motherfucker?
No, I don't prefer any. I prefer the lowest. What you call it?
That's
the
fine,
lowest,
bro. But we don't.
I don't care. No, but what I'm
saying.
Saying is, I do. You absolutely cap. The worst cops always are the black cops. Is what everybody says.
No. The black cops do the worst shit when they got a white partner with them. But when it's 2 black cops, nigga, them motherfuckers, I can get them motherfuckers on my side the same way how I get the white ones on my side.
And y'all keep and what I'm saying is you keep making this premise as if people just fuck with cops. We don't care if you black or white. We don't fuck with cops.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But that's what I'm saying.
It don't matter to me. So if a cop is black and beating my ass versus a white cop, I'm getting my ass beat. To me, there is no difference. Now, if you say,
okay,
well, I'm gonna beat
answered the question, and I'm gonna accept it. You answered the question, and I'm gonna accept it. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, for a lot of us, right, including him, he acknowledged this for me, bro. I don't want to see a motherfucker that look like me doing this fuck shit to me. If I'm getting captured to be sold into slavery, I don't want it to be another nigga doing that shit to me. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but
so that's my point. That's my point in what I'm saying. If
I get it. You're saying if it had to be, if I had to pick, I don't want it to be somebody I feel connected to on a cultural level or anything. Give me the stranger because it won't feel like betrayal.
That part, there you go. It won't feel like betrayal. I couldn't have put it no better myself. It won't feel like betrayal. So this what I'm saying, Cheeky. Now let's bring that same ideology to politics. So let's say I fuck with the Democrats. But now they in there too long, right? It's a such thing. I know you know this. It's a such thing in teacher called tenure. Man, some of them motherfuckers don't need that shit. Some of them motherfuckers need to go sit down somewhere. Because at some point they stop caring about teaching. You start
and that's the premise.
Their classrooms going down and down and down because them motherfuckers ain't doing a good job, really.
Okay, so absolutely, I don't disagree that there should be some level. It sounds like you kind of agree with capitalism, Bean. Shout out to you. I agree there
how
should
am I
be.
doing that?
Listen, hold on. Listen. I agree that there should be a level of competition to make to make it competitive. I'm not disagreeing there, but it cannot be this current competition. I'm not trying to do this current competition no more. Right? There needs to be a rebrand of both. But right now, it got to be the Republicans. They got to go.
How long do mayors stay in office? I know governors is what, 2 years?
Yeah, every 2 years. If I'm correct, I'll look it up real quick. But I think it is every 2 years.
I know the president is 4. I think the governor is.
I think mayor is 4.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it's definitely 2. Yeah,
terms for mayor, I think it's 4 years. Let me check. 4 years. Mayoral terms are normally 4. Okay, so you was looking for governor or senator? Because I think senators too.
Mayors and governors.
Okay, governor served for. and senators.
So this says, oh shit. So look at this. Some
6,
smaller cities and towns do 2 years for mayors. Now, I know why they're gonna try to argue that the mayors of the bigger cities probably need more time, but fuck that. Right?
Okay.
If we all are on one accord, and this is what I was saying earlier. If the Republicans said, okay, look, what we not gonna do while we in here is fuck with the poor people, it really wouldn't matter who was in power. As long as everybody was looking out for the poor, the rest of that shit wouldn't even matter. But the fact of the matter is, I was trying to find a way to where they could help the rich without hindering the poor, or help the poor without
Can't do it.
And I don't think I can do it.
And that's but we went through that earlier. I think we both agreed. I don't think you could do it.
Right. So because of that, that's why I'm saying fuck it. Let them Republicans have they little 2 years, they little 4 years to help the rich, because I don't want the motherfucking Democrats that I fuck with to be the ones taken from me. That's damn near abuse. You spend 4 years giving to me and then 4 years taken from me.
No,
boy, that's abuse.
No,
that's an abusive relationship.
That's not what the trend shows. That's the problem.
According to you, it is.
No, it's
According
not.
to what you read to us, it absolutely would be if you simply just replace the Republican with a Democrat.
No, that's not true at all. That's the issue. You're making an assumption that be the case. They would be able to enforce different policies that I think would be a lot more progressive and a lot more fair when it comes to taxation. Absolutely.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand what you're implying here, because I need you to understand that this is what you're implying. You're implying that at no point the Democrats would ever have to subsidize the rich and take from the poor.
No, subsidize the rich and take from the poor.
Yeah.
No, they would
subsidize wrong.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
But what I'm basically asking is, you're saying that at no point will the Democrats ever have to look out from the rich, to which we both have agreed that would mean they're going to have to take from the poor somehow, some way. You're saying they will find a way to never have to do that.
Okay, so I'm still stuck. Are you saying to subsidize a certain thing? Like, for example, in the 20. All right, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm typing.
In the 2008 crash, when the banks needed bailout, are you saying that wouldn't happen? Are you asking me if that would happen, or do I think it? Huh?
Is the banks the rich? That's a part of the rich class.
I would say that they are part of this, like businesses and stuff like that. So when you say subsidize,
did that hurt the poor though?
Yeah, because of what they were doing, but that's why the way it happens matters.
No, I'm saying the bailout itself. Did the bailout itself hurt the poor?
It stabilized the economy.
They saved a lot of jobs, right?
Yeah, it stabilized the economy, or it was meant to help to stabilize.
Yeah, when people talk about that crash, it's usually out of envy, and they're like, well, the average person doesn't get a break or a bailout, so why does
why does the bank? They don't think that they think sending the message that the banks are too big to fail was a bad message, and thing that they should have failed, and it should have just led to an open market of different financial institutes. But if you're saying that there will never be a time where rich people need to give to the poor, or they need to take from the rich to give to the poor.
Okay, so here's what this is what I'm saying. So I looked it up. Here's exactly what they do, right? So
are you gonna share your screen, or you just?
I can't.
Okay, don't worry about it. I was just asking.
Firefox won't let me share shit for some fucking reason.
But
I'm reading it directly from ChatGPT, right? So here's exactly what they do. So the way that they benefit the rich is with tax cuts, right, tilted towards higher earners, and then reducing social welfare spending, right? So opposition to minimum wage increases, deregulation, right? Which this weakens protections and environmental safeguards and also consumer protections, right? So this is kind of like how they can like hurt the general public by benefiting the rich, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so do we think that if the Democrats are in there all the time, they won't ever have to do any of these things? They're going to find a way to avoid tax cuts tilted towards higher earners. They're going to find a way to avoid reducing social welfare spending. They're going to find a way to avoid deregulation and healthcare policies like the Affordable Care Act, which is often criticized, right? Like, or are we accepting that if they're in there long enough, they're going to have to play by some of these rules too?
Right, but no one ever. The issue isn't playing by some of these rules. The issue is overdoing it when you know they don't work. That's the issue. So again, I'm not saying Democrats have to be so diametrically opposed to Republicans that they can't implement any Republican party policy. But what I am saying is, if something's not working and it's proven not to work, stop doing it, and then stop saying that you don't have enough funds to do something when you have enough. When you find the funds to do whatever you want. For example, where do we find the funds to pay for a ballroom that he said we weren't supposed to be paying for?
Yeah, I mean, well, we know where it came from, but
that's my point.
Exactly the
like,
point that you're making, though.
My point is this is not to say I think Democrats are the perfect party without imperfection. My point is to say, yo, Republicans keep, and this is shown. My whole thing is, it's shown over and over and over. Every time they get into office, the economy does poorly, or it doesn't do as well as it could based off of what we saw in the study. And it didn't matter about black or white. This is just an economic thing. When it comes to economic outcome, Republicans are the worst party of the two because they are always the lower. Unemployment goes up, job creation goes down, GDP don't go as high as it could, wages as a whole, like all of this, we just looked it up, and this had nothing to do with black people until I made it more specific. Like, okay, well, now generally speaking, I don't understand the people who vote for Republicans because I'm looking at stuff up right now. Economically, everybody thinks Republicans are the gods among the men, but then when you look it up, that's not the case. So now I'm going, wait, so what is the reason for you voting Republican again? I thought it was the economy. And then you look into it and economy, because Democrats are good at that. Now you look into the stock market, which was Granville's position. They're not good at that either. Republicans are lower in that as well. So on every economic front, Democrats are better. Now you may go socially, I don't like gay niggas. Okay, well then that's you personally. And if that's enough for you to stop economic progress, then I think we have a problem here. You seem like a what do you call it? One issue voter. I don't like gay people, and I don't like trans people, and I hate them. It's like, okay, bro, I don't care. Who cares? If he sucked dick, what that got to do with me getting money and being in a good economy where things are affordable and my 401k is doing well and things of that nature? Like, who cares? What that got to do with me? That's my point. So for black people, especially black Republicans, with this information, I'm trying to figure out, what is your reason for doing this again?
I just looked up the ballroom thing. There were no tax dollars funding the ballroom.
Okay, yeah, so he said he was gonna get it from somewhere else, but we don't.
Yeah, he said he was gonna get it from somewhere else, right? We all agree.
Private donors, yeah.
Private donors. Just don't believe him. I mean, remember the shit he said about the wall, right? That the Mexicans was gonna pay for it. So we just don't believe him. That's all.
Yeah, I don't think it's good for any logically thinking
and are we okay
to trust any politician?
That's a
no. Are we okay with random donors doing that? Does anyone know how he became a billionaire and where that money's coming from?
Oh, the amount of money that this motherfucker has made in the last year plus of his presidency.
Is any? I'm sorry, Republicans was so mad about Joe Biden and corruption, but this nigga is just OD. He OD.
Crazy, bro. That shit crazy.
Who said anything to him? This is my problem. I'm okay with you saying, look, Biden is corrupt. Okay, we'll prove it. There was no proof that he was corrupt. Donald Trump.
Oh, I have the Hunter Biden laptop files if you need them.
Okay, the Hunter Biden laptop files prove that he did what?
Remember that time that the Coke was in the White House?
The Coke?
The Coke. It was
okay. Yeah. What about it?
That cocaine was found in the White House.
Okay, that's fine, but
they covered up because we never actually knew who it came from, but we know that the president's son at the time has a drug addiction.
So you saying the president covered up the fact that he had some drugs in the White House?
Yes, and why do you think that he pardoned his entire family before leaving office?
Because they were going after his entire family, just like Donald Trump was going to do the same to him and his cabinet members.
Why wouldn't that be his first order of business?
To do what?
To pardon his entire cabinet.
He is. That's what he's. I'm sure that's what's going to happen.
Why wouldn't it be the first thing to do?
You mean why wouldn't
have they been convicted of anything yet?
No,
you don't have to be. They weren't convicted of anything. You don't have to. You don't have to be convicted of anything to get a pardon.
Again, the moment, right? The moment that these midterms come around and we start to see how the Senate and House plays out officially, we're gonna see him do things that you're gonna go, that's kind of suspicious. Why hasn't he followed the law with any of the Epstein shit?
Didn't he just fire somebody for not doing that?
Yeah, why didn't he follow the law with that?
Well, technically, it's not him; it's the DOJ.
Okay, well,
you know
why isn't the DOJ?
He ordered it go.
Right after saying, didn't he do it?
But
racist.
He did fire somebody for not complying. I think it wasn't it Pam Bondi. I forget who he just fired, or was it Christy?
I mean, both of them got gone, but
yeah.
But again, I don't know. Plus, I gotta go. All right.
Disrespect.
I'm gonna have to catch y'all later, man.
Damn, Bondi.
We ain't gonna hear from Cheeky for another 5 years. It's cool.
Nah, it'll be next week. It's only one time a week.
All right, Cheeky. All right,
peace.
All right,
y'all take it easy, man. Y'all be safe.
Yep. All right, see y'all. All right, man. I think it was a decent show. Decent show. Can't complain. 5 hours and 20 minutes is insane. Anyway, appreciate y'all for stopping by. I think somebody's live. I don't know. Let me check. Anyway, y'all be safe. Y'all go find out your reasons for doing what y'all do. Right now, I'm not seeing why. I don't understand why. But I'll be safe. And don't give up your rights for nobody, please, for the love of God. Deuces.
Welcome to the show. Sit back and enjoy the show. Let the combo unfold. Try to learn something brand new. Facts over feelings. Don't get in your feelings. Sometimes you can't be wrong too. Don't be stubborn. We can hear you have an open mind to these issues. We can always have the convo. We can cover any issue as long as we can just be honest. And we won't have to dismiss you. So let's be honest. Expand our worldview. We can laugh now, but also learn too. It's the Cheeky Banter Show. Real and genuine combo. It's okay not to know. That's what we're all here for. We cannot stay so ignorant. If we say we wanna grow, that's why we have to look it up and ask, have the convo. Don't let your emotions disrupt the flow.